Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm still looking at a 3-day up here. Those liquidations up to 96 are looking really spicy right now. A good plate of food for market maker.
So there's no false move Monday?
I already had the false move.
When was that?
Sunday night.
There was a move?
Yeah, we freed the trap shorts down to 92.6, remember? Freed the trap shorts. I drew that green box. I said the bull flag retest. If we free the trap shorts, retest the bull flag, looking for a stopping volume candle inside the green triangle. What I said was we have to wait 24 hours because it's still being Monday. We could have put in another low today. I think the
I
false
was,
false
but
move
thank
week
you for the
beginning usually comes in on Monday. Yeah.
yeah. I appreciate the recap because I had missed all of that
No, I got you, bro.
content. Thank you.
Yeah, Mike. The daily stochastic looks like it needs some relief. We were looking at it last time. If you look to the left on the daily stochastic, um, the last time it was up top. If you look at the dip Bitcoin took in that time, it wasn't really that big. So we can completely reset it with a move down to 80 anything. But I agree. Eventually that has to happen. But the target doesn't matter, right? If it stays pinned and we go above 110 or some crazy shit, right? Then it wouldn't take a move into the 80s to reset the daily. It would take a move, into the 90s to reset it. Like you can almost feel that global liquidity push underneath us. Just slowly holding the boat afloat. All right, I'm going to the store. Who needs what? I just wanted to reset the stream before I went.
I need some gum.
I'm not psychopath. Are you? Any gum will do. Like you don't have a specific gum.
I need some powder.
Hey,
The
whoa,
dry
whoa, 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 whoa! Look, I'm going to the
Whoa.
store. I'm not about to break any laws for you, bro.
no the dry kind, not the wet kind, the dry kind.
All right, and then what gum? Any gum, bro? Tell me a specific. I'm gonna bring you juicy fruit. Nobody likes juicy fruit.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
He
I want
said
you to get me some of that bubble tape. I want bubble tape.
since
Got you,
when
got
is
you.
powder ever wet? Like I've never seen wet powder.
I was
want a
gonna
raw
answer that
paper.
question, but I'm gonna keep my opinion to myself.
I needed a raw paper.
Yo,
Got you, got you. That's what I gotta go get to. I gotta get some.
Volume picking up in the market.
All right, so we're looking to put in the right side of this W for Bitcoin. Let me leave this drawn out, even though it's not completely formed yet. It'll probably form out before I get back from the store.
I also need some chips for whenever the dip comes.
Mm.
Whenever the dip actually arrives, I'm gonna need some chips.
Alright, so that's what we're looking at for now. Needs to get above that demand zone. I mean that supply zone at 9488. But if we get that break, we should see all that liquidity sweep to 964. Sorry, I'll be back by then though, unless y'all do something crazy. All right, I'll be back.
Sui's doing that sideways thing a little bit. Sui and Soul.
It's gonna pop in a little bit. It's gonna pop because some of the alts are already starting to pop, trying to join Bitcoin on its move right now.
I join Bitcoin or ETH. I need to see an ETH move, bro. I'd love to see ETH just chilling at 2K. Sold around 160. I feel comfortable around those levels. Still feel like I'm in danger at these areas.
Yeah, I'm going long on Toshi right now. Feels like it's somewhat ready. Ready to do something massive. And Fartcoin. I'm long on Fartcoin as well.
I'm back, y'all. Side quest complete. Bad news is I ate your chips and your gum, and I'm using your rolling paper to roll something up right now.
No worry, man.
Apologize. Hey, Irvin, if ETH doesn't pump, at least we got great DCAs for the next bear market, right? Be like, we weren't wrong, we were just early. Nah, guys. As soon as they fix the bond issue, which has been exacerbated now with China selling off bonds, bond prices going up, yield prices going up. Yield prices have already, yields have already been up for a while. It doesn't make a lot of sense to take money out of something that's a safe, guaranteed, risk-free yield and put it into ETH for staking, as long as ETH staking is lower than what you're getting on the bonds. So that's going to be a big line in the sand for me too. The second that it's more profitable to stake ETH than it is to put it in a 10-year, 20-year, 30-year, then you'll see some inflows. ETH's main utility right now is that it's a yield-bearing asset. Yeah, give me a second. I'll look at Cookie Down. Then I got to do some research and set up some charts. So I'm not going to be doing an ETA request for a minute. Not because I don't want to, probably just because I won't see them. I'm going to be kind of deep into this research. But yeah, I'll look at it for you. Give me a second. So Cookie already made that move that we were looking at the other day. When we drew that W out, all but hit its measured move. And then our 2 retracement targets that we were talking about. This is obviously the bad place that you don't want to go to. But this is more the retrace I'll be looking for if things go bad. Meaning you've got to break your 200, you've got to break your 800. Looks good right now though. Actually looks like it might be reaching out to finish that measured move here shortly. 1548 is the measured move, neutral, neutral. But don't get married to the number, right? These things have been front run, or it could go a little past. Just that's where the momentum from this pattern runs out. Right, the move up was to grab this vector right here. And already got that, so that's taken care of. But you do have this vector underneath that's still a concern. And then obviously the one that we just left. All right, so let's do a little red light, green light. That's your yellow, that's your caution. That means you've broken your 50 already. And you're looking for volume to pick up as you hit this level to know that we're getting a retest. But a retest of the 50, if it holds, would be the most bullish. That's what you're really looking for. There you go, a little red light, green light, TA. Looks good though. Good. Yeah, it's about right. 236 would be the retracement if you're coming back down to the 50, but you just hit the 50. Like we literally just retested the 50. I don't know, Downlit. You're short from 92, so you're already on the water. I get that your liquidation's at 100. But how long are you willing to be on the water for? This measured move, if it plays out completely, takes us to test 100. I don't expect it to go past, but I mean, even if it doesn't go past, if we go to 99 and then come back and don't ever come back down underneath 90 again, I don't know, it's on you, brother. You're gonna have to figure out what your like max pain threshold is. But there's still a possibility that this breaks down. Right? We were saying until tonight at about midnight EST, we can still put in a lower low for our false move week beginning. Right? So far it looks good, but it's nothing set in stone yet. We're just back smack dab in the middle of the weekend trap. Yeah, I don't think the liquidation is unsafe. It's just the time that you might have to be in that trade is what I'm looking at. If we get a move down first, then you know you're good. You can make a decision whether you want to just take it at a loss or whatever. But if we move up, you're gonna be stuck in that for a little bit, in my opinion, for at least a week. What's going on, bro?
What would be the chances or the scenario that we would need to be for us to hit this measured move to 100 and then flip the 100 to support?
Man, I don't know. That would take a lot of liquidity to come in.
So all based on it's just basically based on money flow coming into the market.
Yeah, that and sentiment. Because I mean, as bullish as we feel right now, nobody's jumping to buy Bitcoin at 94K right now, right? Everybody's waiting for somebody else to make a move, and then they pile in on that move. For us to get above 100 and stay, that buying pressure has to sustain itself. That's the problem. That's what we haven't seen. We see people not willing to sell, but there's not a lot of people willing to sort of push this thing. It's kind of stalling out. A news event would do it. Some sort of bullishness.
That makes sense, and that kind of goes back to what you were saying earlier on the time-based capitulation for market makers.
Yeah, you got to remember the problem is right now there's not a lot of Bitcoin left on exchanges. So one or two things happen. Either you squeeze because there's low supply, or more commonly what happens is they sweep liquidity and give you a reason to sell your Bitcoin, and then all of a sudden, magically the Bitcoin supply is back. But we would have a way better chance of getting above 100 and holding if we came down and swept some of this liquidity down to like 89, 88, 87, honestly. Best chance of us getting above 100 and holding is if we were to come back down to 88, clear this vector, clear all of this shit out, and then go.
So what would happen if like the exchange liquidity, they can't go and grab that and they're running low? Does that mean they have to go into market and
It
buy
means you
more
have to go to the
Bitcoin?
book. Yeah, you got to go on the book. You got to buy it for whatever people. The maxi dream is that the exchanges run out of Bitcoin and then rich people come in and they have to pay whatever price you tell them. You know what I mean? Like, but in practice, that's not how it works. Right? In practice,
Gotcha.
they just stop price long enough for people to sell Bitcoin, and then the money goes from weak hands into strong hands until they can't get any more out of weak hands, and then they just go.
Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh.
Dbloc.
Yes, sir.
I'm just exploring this BullX for the memes. Okay. And I find one coin called Elon Official. Okay. It's launched maybe 1 hour ago. And it's following a strange pattern, which is like a zigzag and like a ticker.
Oh, if it's a strange pattern, be careful. Do not get into those coins. That's
Man,
how you get drugged
I
into
just
that.
made 1,000x out of
Nice. Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah. Actually, I
You just
caught
gotta
it
be
in
quick. You just gotta catch. You gotta catch the range. If they're manipulating a range
there is
and you
1
can catch
hour.
it early enough, yeah.
Yeah, I studied the pattern. Actually, it's 1 hour between each drop. So it's worth actually look at taking you should take a look at it. Like it's and the market cap is 2 billion.
Yeah, that's a little high already. What's the ticker?
Elon Official.
Oh, it's another one of
Yeah,
those.
careful,
Yeah,
careful
there's a
with those.
million of those.
Try selling your coin, because the problem
It's
is
nothing. Literally, I'm trading with nothing. Like if I lost it, I'm not regretting it. I'm not sad at all. Like
yeah, because if you have to also look at the liquidity of the coin. There's a reason why it's 2 billion.
yeah, it's 45,000.
Yeah, there you go. That traps people that come in with
No,
Bitcoin.
not
So
this one. Not this one. It's purple.
This was the first original one.
yeah,
You know, I'll share my screen. I'll show you.
yeah.
I'm still
Careful
in
with
that
those coins.
original official Elon.
You guys are crazy, bro.
Yeah, I
They
just
started
I took out
slapping
my
official in front of everything.
Yeah, you could
literally
put,
after the Trumps. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
if
check
you
my
have like a
screen.
$2 billion coin with $45,000 liquidity, you're gonna get stuck. You think you're gonna make a 1,000 sold, but as soon as you sell, you make like 0.1. You actually lose money. Because it's
Like, I
actually
created two
based on the
wallets.
liquidity.
One, I created two wallets. One I have
Oh,
the
this
funds
thing's
and
about to
one
rug pull. Yeah.
No, I'll show you this 1 second.
No, it already did. That's when you see that pattern right
No,
there.
no,
That
no.
specific
I-
pattern is always followed by pulls.
No,
Yep.
check.
Yeah, see, it's happened twice already.
Yeah, and this is
Yeah,
and it's moving.
that's
Actually,
what
it's
I'm
moving
saying.
up.
But that pattern, even when it's not repeated, just pay attention to that pattern because that
Yeah.
sure will get you right.
The liquidity. So even though you think you made 1,000x,
Well, he already
you have
took
to make
profit. He
like
said, right?
1 million.
I took profit. Yeah, I sold out top. I did buy here and I sold here.
Nice. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
That seems organic, right?
man, it's organic.
That does not look
It's just regular price action, you
It's
know?
weird. Look at the ticker, man. It's crazy. I
Yeah.
just did. I waited this drop. Actually, I did the measured move here
So
from that
usually what
drop.
happens is that they'll do that once, and then the coin is
They did
over.
it twice
But
today,
yeah, and it looks like they're
but they
like, well,
still have
screw it, let's keep
3B.
going.
Yeah, you see, they reached 6 billion when this chart hit here.
Yeah.
It was 6 billion here. So I believe this is gonna be the last one for them. I think.
Hey, let me tell you, one of these, it's not gonna come back, and it's like musical chairs, right? Like the music's gonna
Yeah.
stop, and not everybody's gonna have a chair.
That's a great way to put it, Dbloc. Musical chairs. I like that. Never thought of it that way.
That's what it's like, bro. You just gotta make sure you grab your chair before the music stops. And the great thing about memes is that you don't have to wait till the music stops to grab the chair. You can grab the chair whenever you want.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I did actually. I was testing there, and I was like, 10%, 20%, 100%. Oh, that's amazing. But because I was like putting big amount, that's why I just like quit fast. But here I'm just putting. It's a some sort of a gambling kind of thing. So I
Yeah.
just like placed 0.01 sold there. And let's see how it will play.
All right, I'm here. I'm just off mic for a second. I gotta do a little bit of research.
What's the difference between Hyper and Neo?
The hyper, it reads coins faster, tokens faster. So you can see, especially those who are scalping new creations.
Yeah. Actually, it's very hard to catch one like at the bottom, unless if you really like. I'm trying to watch the names on the left side, new creations. Then I'll jump on it and I'll buy small, and then I'll wait for it till it graduated. Is this a strategy, or I'm just like creating one on my own?
Graduated is always safer until you get the hang of how to choose good coins from graduated. Then you start looking at like about to graduate. Then, but I would stay away from, because there's a technique for farming new creations. You have to really get the hang of it. It's the fastest way to lose money. Trust me. It's way faster than futures.
Yeah, highly appreciate it. I'm just learning now. It's the first time for me in this meme world.
Yes, you're lucky you're not getting ripped off by these coins.
Let's see. Till now, it's working well. This Elon. Okay.
Yeah, but rainbow doesn't come after every rain.
Let's see. What's the percentage now on it?
Yeah, I mean, you're lucky you are getting a good profit out of it, but that doesn't work all the time. And as the ghost said, it's the fastest
What's
way
the
you lose
percentage
money.
usually you look for on the win ratio?
What do you mean percentage?
Like percentage wise, ROI on your return on investment
On what?
on any position you're opening on memes.
Oh, really depends. So I don't play with new creations anymore. So I look for like coins with good communities. Though, like right now, I got into Genome, right? GNOM. I got into Genome at about 550K, and now it's like it went all the way up to about 2.5. I took
Mhm.
profit at 2x. I took my initials out. I let it ride up, then took everything out, and now it's at 1.6. I'm seeing if it's gonna bounce again. So you have to really see, because like holder count is important. Volume is actually the most important. Volume is where the game is at. Volume is where you're gonna see if the coin is gonna survive.
So let's say if I make like around 150% on any investment I'm doing on memes, and it's like not any meme, new creations or anything.
Yeah, man.
That's
If you make 20, 50, get out, that's fine. Because like see, there's always a new meme being created every second.
yeah.
You just have to look for your formula. But what I really, really want, I really want you to not go check new creations yet. Because trust me, that's where it gets hectic.
Yeah, yeah, no, I'm just checking the charts and I see it. Like I'm learning. I just open the
Mhm.
chart once it's graduated and
And to
directly
be
I go
honest,
inside and direct for rug.
the techniques with hunting meme coins is really, really time. Like over time, you start seeing structures like it's familiar to you. You start seeing numbers that really familiar to you, like and 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 the numbers kind of tell you like, oh, okay, this coin can do this coin can do that.
Yeah, and most of the traders are doing the same, so that's why you have a pattern there, right?
Yeah. I always look for volume. I always look for volume, and I look for holder count, because it allows me to not be like in a state of like anxiety while I'm trading the coins, you know?
Mm-hmm. I believe this is going to be the last drop because I'm checking the the coins holder, and most of them are left with a very minimal amount on on their wallet. Here we go. They just pulled drug.
Yeah, that's why I don't mess with coins and new creations anyway. Unless like I get a tip from the communities that they're launching a coin, then I know that the if I know the devs and I know if I know the devs are not they don't rug pull, then I come in early. Other than that, like I mess with that area anymore.
So now it's this coin officially is dead, I believe. Yeah. Liquidity now is 6K only.
Yeah. Like right now in Genome, I got in at 1.6, now it's at 1.8. If you have that kind of volume, like within 2 minutes, it goes up by 200K market cap. That's a good coin. It's pushing now. It's about to head to 2 million now.
Appreciate it, brother.
Anytime, buddy. I'm glad that you're enjoying.
Yeah, it's fun. It's for the fun of it. BTC is not moving. I'm not touching it. Till, till I see something, some movement like, yeah, this is top, this is bottom, then I'm going to trade. Otherwise, I'm not losing more money, to be honest.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's a great way. It's a great way to like pass time.
Yeah, because it's been moving sideways, that the patterns are not clear yet. So you just see things are messed up there.
For sure.
Last week it was really big hit for me, so that's why I'm trying to recover from it. Well, they distributed the last amount which was there in their wallets, and all the holders now have big chunk of tokens in their wallets. I think they're gonna do it once again.
Yeah, if you look at Geno, the coin that I'm in right now, you'll see what I mean. Like in that small trend, I already made like one soul.
But the token creator just create a certain amount of coins in that meme, right? And then he keeps it with him. So who pays?
Usually they don't keep it with them. That's why I don't go into coins where the devs hold a big amount of the big amount of the coin. So I go into coins where the dev actually holds 0%.
Okay, I want to understand something. So let's say I created a coin now, okay? And let's say with a 1 billion token, okay? And the price spiked up to $1. Who, from where the liquidity will come to cover the traders?
You need to put it in.
Sorry?
We're at the supply zone we were looking for. We need to break this if we want to get out of this W. Market maker showing some life.
Give it like
Big buys coming in.
$95, $500.
I was just checking the sell wall, guys. At 95,200, there's about 1,048 sell wall. And then 95,400, there's a 523.
Sell wall is at 95,400, right?
And 95 200 is about 1,000 sell wall, and then 95 400 is 500.
All right. I think this is part of it already. Like we're seeing some big sells.
Yeah, I don't know, but this 1,000 sell wall kind of popped out quite recent. I checked the sell walls probably about an hour ago, and it wasn't there, so it's quite new. I don't know if they're gonna move it and they're just playing. We'll see.
Yeah, because this looks like it. I mean, like Bitcoin looks like it's ready for a correction. 95 200. That's a pretty good sell wall to add. Come on, push.
Huh?
breakout on hyper liquid.
I'm back, y'all. My bad. I got people in the house. Bitcoin still holding together. Alts still have a little bit of room to do their thing. First sign of danger for Bitcoin is if we start breaking this uptrend. Hype's almost to the top of its value area high here. Start getting careful once you start getting to 19. Start getting to $19. Keep your eye on volume and make sure it's still going up if you're still riding this wave. Volume looks okay right now. But that's got to sustain. Yeah, hype is hyperliquid and hyper is hyperlane. One of them needs a name change. Yeah, we got Pengu in here somewhere. I still got a runner in my Pengu position. Target 1, hit target 2. Almost got to the 4618, which is kind of impressive. Yeah, just cooling down in my opinion. We'll see how it reacts to the 50 here on the hourly. Let me see if momentum looks like on lower time frames. Yeah, we're trying to get bullish momentum here on lower time frames. But we still haven't confirmed that on the 5-minute. Five, 6, 1, 8, and the top of the vector gap is what I'm shooting for. My initials already been out of this a long time ago. As far as hyper lane goes, we're waiting to see. I've got a pretty good risk to reward play going here.
Dbloc, hope you're doing well, man. Is that a spot trade, the one that you just
Yeah.
showed?
AVAX? Yeah, I'll look at AVAX. Yeah, I mean, it's not a huge trade. But it's got a good risk reward. It's like 36% if I get the full thing. But I'm gonna go heavy on it. Pretty tight stop. Under 3.5% stop on it. AVAX, yeah. You said baby? What do you mean baby? Baby coin? Like the baby coin? I'll be killing me with some of these coins, bro. Baby what? Just baby USD? Bro, I'm about to skip you. I'm in the middle of checking your Coinbest. I'm about to put you to the back of the line. Take it easy. There's a million messages coming through. Oh, high or low since the bottom. That's a good thing. What did we get on this? Yeah, I got you. I got you on that AVAX one. Let me get Prize taken care of because he must be like mid play. All right. Good time frame. It looks decent. You're trying to get your W to play out. Got to get above 9-1. One hell of a fallen knife catch though. If this thing holds. I'd be, as far as when you could stop being worried, I'd go ahead and draw your bearish channel because this is going to be the issue here. Right, you can pop out of this W fine, but if you don't get above 10, then this could just be a big bear flag that's forming. I know shit about this project. I'm just telling you what the chart looks like. Right? So that's not out of the question until you can start closing above 10. And then I'll look at KSM for you. Wait, hold on, because when you guys ask for something, make sure you let me know if you're on a short time frame or what you're asking for, because if not, I'm always going to refer back to the macro. 19.1 is when you're going to get your first rejection here, in my opinion. I mean, it won't be anything. I don't think it'll be anything substantial because we want this to break out, but there's really nothing in between here. 19 and 1, you haven't come back to retest this range. So if you do get a retracement, I'd be looking for it to hold support somewhere around 8.4. And you know how it works, right? If you come down underneath 7.2, that pattern's gone. But if you come down underneath 7.2, then you already know what time it is at that point. Good luck. Stop buying shit that you don't have any reason to be buying, guys. Respectfully. Unless you have some alpha that nobody else has. KSM. Alright, so Kusama came down to its retest. Swept lows. Bit of a double top situation to deal with here, right?
Oh yeah, I completely gave up on KSM a while ago.
Double top, held the 800. Looks like it wants to make a second attempt. Not horrible. On the daily, is it over its 50 yet? Just barely getting over its 50 now. Okay. Banshee with the 5 gifties. Appreciate you, brother. W Banshee in the chat.
Dude, I don't know what the hell they're doing over there, but they need to do something different or better.
At Kusama.
They need to do something better.
A lot of it comes down to marketing, bro. I'll be completely honest with you. Like, these Web3 companies need to hire Web2 marketing departments, because once the hype dies down, and then it's even worse when they feel like they've got good tech because they feel like they don't have to do the whole marketing thing. Like, the tech is gonna speak up, but no, it's not, bro. Not if nobody knows about it. It's a decent start here. It's a decent start.
Yeah,
basically, Kusama looks a lot more like everything else that we're trading right now than Baby did. But then that's
like
probably not a great comparison.
Charles Hoskinson. That's his biggest problem, is he hates marketing.
Yeah, ETH too. ETH just thinks that they can go on their own, you know.
Yeah, they think they don't need to do any marketing.
In marketing class in college, we learned about the great Coca-Cola screw up. Can't remember what year it was, but it was the year that Pepsi came out. Well, Coca-Cola decided one summer that they were going to put all their money into research and development, into new flavors, and not put any money into marketing. Just for a summer. One summer. And that was the summer that Pepsi came out with the Pepsi Generation ads. And it took Coke like 10 years to catch up. Coke didn't catch back up and pass over Pepsi until they came out with the Christmas Bear. The Christmas Bear, Coca-Cola, and
That bear was
That's
feel like
that's what did it. But just one summer,
I
bro.
feel like
Just
the
one summer of feeling like you're too big to fail and you don't need to put money into your business can cost you a whole decade.
I feel like the biggest thing though, the biggest game changer is when they got endorsed by Santa Claus himself. Like once Santa Claus got involved
what are
and
you
he
gonna
was
do?
behind it, it was like, yeah, dude, Coca-Cola all day, screw Pepsi.
Best. I like KSM right here. I don't know when you got in, but the move is about 17.3. It looks like it's gearing up for another run up. Maybe you go up and hit your 800 EMA at 19.6. But yeah, until it starts to pattern out again. It's a good mover though. I mean, as far as compared to everything else, right? It's above certain levels. Wait, that sounds like more than 5 gifteds. Hold on. Banshee with another 20 gifteds.
Yeah, mad gifted's happening right now.
W Banshee, bro. Falling in the chat. No problem, Prize. I was just giving you a hard time earlier, brother. All right, let's look at AVAX real quick. So AVAX, we wanted it to come back for that retest of the W pattern, right? It retested a break of its daily, of its daily downtrend, and we were waiting for that retest of the top of the W, which was our circle right there. We got pretty cleanly. So at this point, we're looking to pull away on AVAX. First test would be 24.9. There's a vector gap above, should provide some gas. Liquidations are kind of light, but they're there. A lot of this is going to come down to Bitcoin, right? If Bitcoin makes the move we're looking for, then it's going to give the okay for the alts to do their thing. But you can almost see them in a holding pattern, right? Sort of waiting for Bitcoin to step it up. W Banshee.
Yeah, somebody just invited me to a poker game. I'll
Nice.
be right back. It's a virtual poker game in Discord, but they're asking me for weird info. Like it wants to know who my friends are and what my voice settings are like. And I'm like, yo,
I'm kind of
Please,
worried that
someone
you said I'll be right back. Like you don't have a lot of confidence in your skill. You about to blow the stack and be right back.
no, yeah, I can't play poker for shit, dude. I just want to go see what it's all about.
All right, bro.
But yeah, I'll be back. If I don't come right back, then I'll be back.
Yeah, Banshee, we hit 4K subs, I think, last week. And honestly, we hit 4K subs at a time where like crypto Twitter's been pretty dead, bro. There's not a whole hell of a lot of attention on crypto right now. It's just us degens here, but for the most part, new people kind of slowed down. Be right back, yo. Virtuals popped off again. Yeah, buddy. Now, question is this resistance gonna hold or not? Because if it is, it's time to take a little bit of profits. So what we don't want to do, or what I don't want to do, is sit sideways underneath this resistance above these vector gaps without having come to retest that daily 50, right? I need to get up and over and hold that as support for me to be comfortable staying in this trade. Last thing I want to be part of is this shit. Even if it is going to build a flag, you know what I mean, to pop us out, come back and test the 50, I'm good. I'd like to stay out of those parts of the trade. If I could at all avoid it, just recompound profits back down at the bottom.
Yeah, it's time to take some of the profit now.
Yeah. Volume's crazy. So just gonna micromanage this rejection in real life. That's a pretty decent rejection so far, but we're still getting tons of volume on that candle, right? So we invert the chart and this was a dip, right? We'd be waiting for our stopping volume candle to form, and we'd be waiting for our bullish engulfing, but we're on the hourly here.
Profit, profit, profit.
I'm gonna be keeping my eye on this one while I eat, but I'm gonna try to squeeze. I'm gonna try to squeeze every little penny I can out of virtuals. I mean, that's a nice rejection if I've ever seen one off of resistance. But rejection is not complete until it breaks local structure. Just trying to see if it's time to TP the runners or not. Nice, good job, Sam. What's everybody having for dinner tonight? I don't want to hear no ramen. We've had a hell of a week.
Put a salt pork in the crock pot, some carrots. That was my dinner.
Nice. My aunt came over and brought me some home cooked food. I have no idea what it is, but I know it's gonna be good. Wait, sweet potato comma plantains or sweet potato plantains? Because that's a brand new thing to me if that's a thing. I know sweet plantains, I know sweet potatoes. Okay,
No,
okay, both.
I was about to say I'm eating like mashed potatoes, ice cream,
What's wrong?
smoothies. Yeah, I just went to the
What's wrong with
dentist.
your tooth? I was just about to say, bro, what's wrong with your teeth? Oh, that ice
Yeah,
cream diet sucks, bro. It sounds good, right? Sounds like a good idea. Oh, I get to eat ice cream. Cool until the third day.
yeah, man. I gotta wait till these stitches come. I tried to do some macaroni, but
Nah, don't bite anything, bro.
I was gonna say there's a big price discrepancy on virtual between MEXC and Binance.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it's like a big arbitrage opportunity
How
there
much?
was. It only got to 150 on Binance.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I'm sure it's a liquidity thing. You know, MEXC is MEXC.
I hope everybody's been all right. I've been lurking in the background, just trying to keep my head straight.
You're good, brother. I figured life was lifing.
Yeah, the market was just a little too, yeah. So I took some time and I just watched the streams, but I didn't really get on Discord too much. I did get a nice, I started DCAing heavy, after that
Good.
conversation.
Good, good,
Into,
good.
yeah, so I
That's
got
all I
a nice,
care about, bro. That all of the shit we talked before it happened at least got everybody in a position where they didn't miss it, you know?
yeah, and I did get a couple longs on Bitcoin, and now I'm playing around with a couple alts right now. Just hyper. I got in with that hyper trade with y'all. That's about it. But it's nice to see some sentiment change.
Yeah, yeah. A little worrisome to see it change so quick, but I mean, what do you expect, right? After everybody it was as bad as it could get. Like, we literally got to 10 on fear and greed. I mean, place to go is up from there.
Yeah, it was that fear, like when it hit, it was like it was so quick, and then it was gone. It was like, oh wow, they played it well.
Now everybody wants to act like they weren't on Twitter saying the bull market was over. Like, we just imagined all that shit, right? Because you go on there now and everybody's got their told you so's. Hope you're packed, rockets, and all this other shit all over Twitter. And like, where'd all the bears go?
Right.
It got liquidated, my man.
Nah, it's the same people, bro. They be the same people. They just go on a big a Twitter delete spree. Get rid of every wrong call in the past month and shit and keep it moving. The bad ones, the real bad ones, are the ones that flip flop. You know those people that you look at them, you're like, damn, how you telling me it's bullish on Tuesday and then Wednesday is bearish, and you're talking about the macro in both, and it's only been 24 hours. The reason they do that is because they'll go back and they'll delete all the wrong ones, keep all the right ones, and it might not work for you because you were here for the bullshit. But the next crypto cycle, with all the brand new retail that comes in, and then they point back at their Twitter and be like, look, they'll put up their little tweets on the chart next to the price and everything. You know what I mean?
And flopping ropers.
Yeah. I'm not here to knock anybody's hustle, but that's nasty work.
Everything good in your life, though, brother?
Yeah, bro, I can't complain. Better than I deserve, I'm sure.
Nice. I'm glad. Yeah, very uncertain times, so you gotta check up on your people.
Yeah, man. Don't let all
Yeah,
this
it's good
world
to hear
shit get
you
everybody
highlight
down,
growth
bro.
around here.
Oh yeah, hey, I'm doing better than ever. I'll be honest. I'm doing great. But, yeah, yeah, I'm doing really good now.
I'm happy to hear that, my friend.
Yeah, that's what I said. I had to take a little break, get my head on straight. Just take
Yeah,
a
man, that
little bit.
sometimes that's all we need, man. Just clear the head, little break. That's good, man. That's very good.
Pepin, we had the weekend trap. Trap long, trap short, weekend trap. False move down. We're in the middle of our 3-day up. Or actually can't even call this the first day because it's still Monday, but we haven't put in another low. But we freed the trap shorts. Yeah, it was pretty textbook. CME gap fill. That was such a fun trade to take. It's going to depend on if we hold this uptrend or not, Zach. If we break this uptrend and start coming down through some liquidations, we do have vectors on the 15-minute, right? So we could break that. So we could break that uptrend, come all the way down to 9.4, retest that 50, and still take off. What we can't do is come down underneath 942, or we're going to invalidate that W. Then we'll have to build out pattern. The scary things about W's is as they play out, they also build rising wedges. Right, so there's always that moment where you get to the apex of the W, and then you're looking at the rising wedge. Right. So to feel more comfortable, we need to get above that 1,000 Bitcoin sell wall that's sitting there. That'll also invalidate that rising wedge scenario, and then we'll be locked in for the W pattern. But that's the fear there, right? That we reject off of that, come down, break a new low, and then end up putting in the measured move from the rising wedge. Right? Which would be like a return to the lows. But for right now, the predominant pattern is that W pattern. Once we break that uptrend, then we can worry about the rest of that. Just know that it's a possibility. Yeah, there's a lot of saltiness out there right now, John. People are in their feelings.
Hey, Dbloc.
What's going on, Fly?
Oh, I was in the degen dungeon.
You had to come get that stink off of you. What are you guys trading down there?
Yeah. Well, I traded pretty well actually into London session.
That's good.
And
Were you
then I
degen
pressed
in
the
a
wrong.
degen dungeon, or was just that the room that you guys found yourselves in?
So if you have a minute, I can tell you some of it.
Yeah, I'm about to eat, but I got a minute.
So yeah, I traded perfectly into London, opened up Bitcoin, opened up some longs, and then opened up one coin I didn't mean to. So I thought casually I'll close it, but I accidentally opened up
Hold on. You
100
can't
to.
just fast forward through that. How'd you fat fingered it? Just the wrong. You were on the wrong asset
Yeah,
or
I went
something?
to open up Jasmine from my favorite list, and there was something called Pop USDT there or something, and for some reason I opened up a little bit of that, and I was like, "That's cool. Maybe it's a sign. I'll leave it." It was $1 down, so I thought I'm going to close it. So I went 100% close, and thought I closed long, but I actually wasn't in close mode, and I opened up 100% short. And then I went back chatting. I'm like, yeah. And then I'm hearing ding. I'm looking back and like, oh, yeah, it's mostly gone. So I was trying to close it, and yeah, I liquidated it.
Oh, that
But
sucks.
it would have been in profit. Like I was good trade. It's all good. Just haven't traded for a while. Forgot
Yeah,
to
yeah,
press the
yeah,
alt
yeah,
keys button.
yeah. Out of practice.
That's
That's a simple
super
mistake.
dangerous.
Yeah.
It's one of my psychological like checklist things that I just haven't it's just like muscle memory going too fast.
Yeah.
And so then I drank beer, smoked cigarettes, ate chocolate, and I'll never talk about it because it's just. But yeah, we did launch our own coin and .com and Twitter account, degenning, and yeah, I won't talk about that at all. But with all
Yeah, please
respect,
don't.
no, I certainly won't. So we were just doing full degen. Yeah, they'll never. That's the only time I'll even even breathe the word that we did such things. So yeah, that was it. So yeah, we just did what we do in degen dungeon. So yeah, I just thought I'd tell you that straight away with
Yeah.
fully understanding the conflict of interest and all that stuff. But that's completely secret, a secret thing that will never be spoken of again. But yeah, so I traded crazy and drank beer, smoked cigarettes, and ate chocolate and lamb and degened. So yeah, it was a bit of fun. But I'll try and not make that mistake again. But it wasn't much, by the way. Anyway, it was only a little bit that went. So no big, just a bit of my
Up for the
pride.
day or up for the day?
Well, like I said, I was going to open at the start of London, and I did at 9:30. I waited for a bit of a pullback. We got the bigger pullback and bought in, and then we were going to close at the end of London, but I liquidated it before I got there. So it would have all been, I would have been up probably I probably would have been up at least 100% on that trade, but that's all cool. No problem. Just got to get my fingers and my brain back in the trading mood. So it's all good. It's just that was going to be my swing for the week, but it's all good. Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Maybe
Dbloc,
leave the beer for the end of the trading day.
No, it was after I
Oh,
liquidated.
okay, good.
I've got nothing in my margin, but I have beer in the fridge,
all right.
And food and chocolate and stuff. So I was like, no, there was no drinking or smoking or eating of chocolate during the trade. Yeah. Thanks for listening, Dbloc.
Got you, bro. We'll get it tomorrow.
Oh, I'm not even phased by it. Like I've done trading before, so a loss is it's just muscle memory, a lot of the time. But I know that my TA was good, so that's the only thing that matters to me. So yeah, thanks.
Nice. Yeah, you see that Gels, right, on Hyper? She's getting a little twitchy. Hype is almost at the top of its
Yo, Dbloc, you're hyper.
of
Oh
its
my god, that was such a great call.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now. It looks like she's starting to pick up a little bit.
Yeah, it's trying to head to the 200 right now, on the 15.
See if we can break out of this wedge, which looks like we're attempting to right now. Currently rejecting off of that, but that's fine. That's fine. We've got some room to breathe. What we want to do is figure out our measured move. And then give the candle a little inspiration. Sometimes the candle needs Needs an arrow to show it where to go.
Before I start, I have a long training session and EJ looks good. Oh my God. Come on. Come on, pal. Butin natin ang langit. Huh?
So yeah, myself, I was a bit confused on the open. I thought we had the false move down at the start of the week. Then we were like, oh, maybe it was a false move up.
No, we had it down. Remember, what you want to do to see if it was a false move or not, the confirmation that you need is which side did it free, right? We freed the trap shorts.
Yep.
The trap longs were never in danger of being freed for the most part. So the
This
false move down signal happened, when we freed these traps short and got the bull flag retest.
Yeah, and that played out fine. But then the only reason I say it is I feel like this week might be more of a choppy week because not like a clear move up or down, but it might sort of go up and then pull back during the week. I just feel like there might be some uncertainty. But anyway, I'm always bullish. So
yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm expecting a 3-day up, but that 3-day up is still going to have a 1-day down sandwiched inside of it somewhere. You know what I mean? So
yeah, people are definitely front running the lower side of the TA, so it doesn't seem to hit as far down as you'd expect on the TA. So there's certainly bullishness there. You've got to get those pullbacks pretty quick. Yep. So that's it. That's all. That's all I got.
all right, guys, I'm going to go snack on this food. Target still 964. And I should be back before it hits. Hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully as soon as I walk away, which seems to be what happens all the time. You guys think that you guys don't think I know what you do too. Like you wait for me to leave the computer and then you're like, all right, everybody go all in.
Bro, what?
Bro, I leave and I come back and then everybody's like, oh, you're the market maker. Every time you leave, no, I know what y'all are up to, bro. You're not going to keep putting that shit on me. You guys are just degenning when I get off the screen and shit goes crazy.
You know how we know that we're right? Because there's more of us and there's less of you. So.
I'm kind of outnumbered, I guess, yeah.
He sounds like a market maker with I'm not the market maker.
There's nothing he can tell us. Like, it's over.
He at least knows the market maker.
Oh, I know him, all right. I got his number.
The only thing you've got to be blamed for, Dbloc, is teaching a whole bunch of people TA, mate. You're good.
Right. Fly, what up, man?
No, that's exactly what a market maker would do. A market maker would accuse the other people of doing the move when actually they're doing the move, but they're accusing you of doing. See, we got you.
Is that what they want you to think? They want you to think. They want you to think.
I trade with the market maker.
All right, trade safe. I'll be back.
I got a few errands to do, but I will be on. I'm going down to the gen for a bit.
Yeah. The dungeon.
Yeah. No, don't press the wrong button. So I can't trade right now. So I'll have to wait. My patience is strong.
Well, hopefully it's safe down there in the dungeon.
It's certainly not safe. It's never safe in a dungeon.
It's okay, man. Your kung fu is strong.
Yes, it is. TA is.
Remember to watch out for those Australian breakdancers in the dungeon.
Yeah, I'm never gonna let that down. Even if I have to make my own breakdance video and release it to actually get some credibility back, you know I will. Man in his 40s does head spin to backspin to windmill, jumps off plank and does the caterpillar.
The epileptic seizure.
Yeah. I could never get as much flow as those breakdancers. They'd always be like, "You're doing a funny one of those electric things." Yeah. I didn't pose as a kangaroo though. I seen a guy in a club dancing like a kangaroo once. We laughed at him pretty funny, just hopping around. I don't know what he was drinking.
Chocolate.
Maybe not enough.
I think XRP about to do one of those surprise breakouts on us.
Go XRP, go. I know some of the guys were having a lot of smiles over virtuals. All right, I'm going down, but it's awesome to see everything pumping. Make money, everyone. Make money.
Yeah, I wish
Yes,
I would
sir.
have added some virtuals to my bag.
It certainly looks like a momentum shift over the last week.
Damn, bro, some jerk just front ran the sale wall. That sucks.
Yeah, Hyperliquid's out of here.
Big buys, big buys.
Let's go. Let's go.
Big sellers coming in. Big sellers coming in.
Big sells.
Did you guys hear the news?
What's good?
Romanian vampire BTC whales are dumping. That's the news.
Is Dracula waking up in Transylvania?
Yeah, it's starting to. He's waiting for a little bit more dippity doodah though. But I think these quick drops are better for the bulls than slow drops. Like if if they want to keep on building little like downs of support, you want to have these quickies, get those stopping candles.
Maybe just checking out the 50.
Just seeing the timeline on Twitter is getting a little extra bullish for my taste.
It's like there's a lot of liquidations right at that 200. And fills that vector gap, and there's still that vector gap down below if it wants to go tap the 8 hundo.
I'll be back. I'm about to close a big deal tonight. Studying some contracts. See what happens. Hopefully I'll be coming back as a new man. But yeah, this seems like the 94,450 doesn't hold. Might be testing that 91K, 92, maybe even 89.90. Who knows? I'll be right back then.
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh yeah, big buys are coming in, huh?
They're huge buys, bro.
These are huge buys. Made a little almost on Binance. Still got to get over 95,625. We hit 95,500 almost. I'll be back.
Looks like that 13 didn't want to come through the 50.
All right, what's good? Everybody enjoyed their dinner. It was just me eating, and I did. So.
I just been snacking all day.
Whoa, it's a lot of green. And there's the red. Not bad for the day.
A lot of bills due at the end of the month. People are cashing out a little bit, you know. Retail's a little slow at the end of the month.
Man, have you seen the debt bubble? People aren't paying their bills. Bills.
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
But like, look, we'll worry about that later.
Yeah, I'm paying a lot of interest on a lot of bills that I'm about to resolve pretty soon. Closing this deal.
I was just watching this thing, just like for signs when shit's getting bad. You know, it's Coachella season or whatnot. People pay like $3,000-$4,000 to put up a tent in this shit for a week. Up to like 30,000, 150,000 for like the built-in tents or whatever. They said 60% of the people that went used the Coachella buy now, pay later plan. even the rich people are putting bills off for later, bro. Like nobody's
bad
paying
sign,
for
yeah.
anything right now. Everybody's holding on to their dollars.
Did you hear as well? People are gonna start doing that with like Uber Eats and stuff.
Everything, bro. There'll be payment plans for everything, and eventually you'll be a slave to all the shit you buy.
Yep, that's 100%. But for food, that's crazy.
Yeah. Uber Eats takes food stamps now.
No way, really?
Mm-hmm.
That I did not know.
I saw it on the whatchamacallit. Uber, there was a time where you couldn't use food stamps at fast food. During the first Trump administration, that changed. And you could just go to McDonald's with your food stamps, which is wild. But the food stamps isn't enough to feed a family anyways. So, I mean, dollar cheeseburger is going to have to be it.
Now it all makes sense why Donald was pushing McDonald's a lot. You just made like a connection there somehow. Because I think he's got some back end business, probably some kind of kickback that he was able to
The
make that
number
happen.
one place that benefited from that rule changing is McDonald's.
That's what I'm saying.
Way more than anybody else, for sure.
Dude, you know they love him, and he got a big kickback from that.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. That's what the check said when he opened up the envelope. It was like, ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
I mean, if my name was Donald, I'd get down with McDonald's, whatever, you know.
Yeah, it's on brand.
And he's Irish too, so it works.
And he always talks about how he just likes to eat Happy Meals, and he just eats like shit food
and
all the time.
he looks all orangey too, like the colors of McDonald's, like red and orangey.
All right, let's see if we invalidate this W. So for the most part, ranging sideways the way we have been. Let's check. Let's check that sell wall. Hey, where was it? It was the one at 952, right? Yeah. There is now only 380 Bitcoin there. So about 700 of that Bitcoin got moved out. Not even really worth having on the chart anymore. But remember, it's not that it got moved, it got sold, right? That's how much was left. They dipped into it, they ate about 700. Couldn't get the rest of it. Just the 300 that's left, and then a couple of 400 and 500 ones above. all the way up to like 967.
Yeah, man, Terrence Howard is a funny dude, man.
I don't know what
He's
that dude ate, but
Yeah, he's starting to intrigue me though, man. He's funny though, man. He's definitely on some mushrooms or something.
bro,
He's trying to sound like
it's
you.
like
You
every
know?
once in a while he catches me, and then he says something, and I'm like, wow, you're stupid. You've been listening to this guy for the
No, he's
past 2 hours.
trolling.
Oh my god, you've been really listening to this guy for the last 2 hours. You got to do something with your life.
This dude is trolling, I think, there, because I could see him cracking up a little
I
bit
don't think
inside.
he's trolling, bro. I think there's something wrong with him. I think there's something wrong with him, but he's smart enough he can cover it. You know what I mean? There's something wrong with him, bro. You get to forget about all the shit. Let's just assume everything he said is correct, right? Everything, all the new shit he discovered and blah blah blah. Everybody's wrong. He's right. When he gets to the part that it all came to him in a dream, it's like, all right, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm
Like,
just saying,
damn, I
I
can't
think
believe I just wasted my time
I have
listening
a
to this
feeling
bullshit.
he's doing like I have a feeling he's doing like his own exit through the gift shop on himself or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Just something weird, man. Like he's just plotting. He's gonna come out with like a documentary in like 2 or 3 years and put it all together and stitch everything he's been doing.
Yeah.
Something weird, you know. But he's funny, man. He was like, "Yo, I can't play." Like they wanted him to play Marvin Gaye, and he was like, "Yo, I can't play Marvin Gaye. I would have had a kid. You know, I can't kiss no man. I would have cut my lips off." I'm like, yeah, that dude's funny.
The CM 3-day up, meaning our bottom on our false move. In the next 3 days, price will be higher than this point here. 3-day up could literally be $100 up or $10,000 up. It just means that you usually don't break that low. I'm looking for a nice move though. Let I leave my drink. I'll be right back. Boring day on the cryptoverse, man.
Calm before the storm.
I didn't hear that, scalper. I'd have to look into that. It's the first I'm hearing of it. That sell wall played no games with us, huh? All right. We'll get that out of there. So Hyperliquid made it up to the top of that range, like I was talking about, the top of the visible range, and is making his way back down to the point of control. I hope you guys secured some profits. That was a nice, quick, fast move. But the range is the range.
Hey, Dbloc, do you have any pointers on where to pick, where to start that volume profile?
Depends on what you're trying to depends on what section you're trying to sort of analyze. Right? Like if I want to look at this entire range and see if we're breaking out of the visible range, then that's the range I would take. If not, you could just use a regular VPVR and it'll give you the whole, it'll give you everything. But when I'm looking at a range of consolidation or a accumulation range, then I like to see, right, if we're ranging, then you use your visible range because you're usually ranging from your value area high to your value area low. So just to see if we're breaking out of that. But I mean, you could do it as small as, you wanted to look up here and say, okay, we popped up. Are we going to break out of this bull flag or whatever? Are we going to break out of this W pattern? Then you could just take that chunk and say, okay, we're
So
at the
it's not
50%.
so it's not like you have to like toggle it from a low and a high. You can just go from
Well, you
wherever.
go from the low to the high of the range that you're trying to analyze.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
And could it be like if it's at the top, could you do it opposite from the high to the low as well?
Yeah,
Or
it wouldn't.
is that
It's still going to give you the same. Yeah.
gotcha? Cool.
Thing.
Thank you.
So if I wanted to do the whole thing, I'll just go like that. But that's the same as if I put on my VPVR. Right? You got the same points. Same point of control. Just a smaller, more targeted VPVR.
Right. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Damn, Gibbs. Yeah, I gotta go through some of my stakes, bro. There's some shit that I just left in stake and I was like, you know what? Screw it. Probably check on those. Was on Twitter earlier and everybody's like, we're on the 80-day offset now. Like, guys, come on. It doesn't matter. It's not. We're past the point when it matters. But this is the offset that but what it means to me is that it's speeding up. Right? So the velocity of money is speeding up. Going from 105 to the 95 being the closest fit. And now they're saying this 108. But this is what's driving me crazy is people doing this. You know what I mean? Like people just take the most current price action and then try to fit it as close as they can. And that does look nice, right? But either way, it doesn't matter. This is what matters. The fact that it keeps going for the next 3 months. Not only going for the next 3 months, but it looks like we're about to put in a new high.
That really is freaking incredible, though. Is that the 105?
Nah, this is the 80.
Okay. I figured since you said that, yeah. It made sense based off how you phrased it. Honestly, the fact that like people just take it and make it fit to whatever it is current, like you were saying, makes me feel like it, I don't know, that actually kind of made me feel bearish.
Well, the reason I'm sticking to my offset is because I understand why we would have pulled off earlier, right? Like I said, we had that 30-day, I mean the 90-day pause on tariffs. That was unexpected. That wouldn't be represented in money supply. What would be insane is if we were on the 80 and somehow money supply predicted the tariff 90-day pause.
Exactly.
That
Oh
makes
my
less
gosh,
sense to
dude.
me. You know what I mean? Like that would make way
Yeah,
less
dude.
sense to me than. So I think it's fine. I think it's good that people are keeping track of what's the closest. And to be completely
yeah.
fair, because like I said, I've been going by the numbers more than anything. I'm
Yeah.
erring on the side of the numbers. By the numbers, it's ridiculous. We're at an 82% correlation on the 30 days, 68% on the 60. So
What
short
day
time
offset is that?
frame. This is the 80.
Okay, just sorry.
Yeah, it's so the lower time frame ones are fluctuating.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like a month ago, all of your 60 plus days were extremely correlated. And the 30-day was like at 36% or something.
Yeah.
And it's I mean, what offset is that?
This is the 105. This is what everybody's
Okay.
freaking out about because we've got a negative. Remember, I said that we can decorrelate up to negative 20%.
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
catch up. So I'm not gonna go crazy. Either way, there's no decision to be made for the next 3 months. So we have plenty of time to figure out exactly what offset we're at. The important part is that we were in before the takeoff, you know?
Whenever I see that, I see like significant correlation and like the exact opposite, which to me like gives it more strength than not, because you know, if it ranges between 30% or let's just say 40% and 80%, that's one thing. But if it's above 70 and it's below 0, that gives me more confidence.
Yeah.
It really is incredible. I'm glad I'm glad that I'm in a position to where I'm happy if it goes up and I'm happy if it goes down.
I hear you on that.
Yeah, bro. I mean,
That was
God,
the
dude.
that was the name of the plan. Like that's why we watched it so close
Exactly.
to make sure that
I like, man, dude. You know, you feel like you'll never like get there.
Yeah, not gonna lie, it feels good being in position and knowing that if it goes down or up, that you're still in the clear. Like,
Oh,
it's one of the very few times that it's happened to me, and man, I'm so thankful.
For sure, same.
goes down, just buy
I do
more.
feel like we're about. Sorry.
No, you're good.
I do feel like we're about to eat upward though, for sure.
You want to see something beautiful here?
Yeah.
Look at this. This is global M2 on Bitcoin. 0% offset. Look at those correlations.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah.
What's that yellow line in between the M2?
That's a smoothed out M2 that this carries with it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Thanks.
it's just like a smoothed out sort of M2. Look at how crazy that is. You think the people in the world like gold?
Do you think what's it called whenever it goes like it like decorrelates? Do you think that's gonna happen? I mean, I know you can't predict the future.
Yeah, I
You know what I
mean,
mean?
if gold stops being seen as a risk, as a safe haven, right, as a store of wealth,
Yeah.
then maybe. But as long as it's where people are comfortable putting their money, it's just gonna follow global M2.
Hey, Dbloc, in
What
your
is
thought,
interesting for me is why there's no delay. But if
Exactly.
my answer to it is that the central banks are buying gold as soon as they print.
Oh snap!
So there is no delay.
Interesting.
You get what I mean? Like they replenish their gold holdings whenever they go into QE.
Bro, that's the kind of thought that like I have at the middle of the night where I'm like, I'm a genius. I just got to stick to this one thought, dude. That is freaking brilliant. It's like the smartest thing. It's the smartest thing. So you've got to imagine that that's what they're doing.
Yeah. If
Holy
anybody
crap.
knows that fiat is shit and probably trending towards zero and worth absolutely nothing, it's the banks. So why wouldn't they immediately turn percentages of that into a hard asset as soon as they got their hands on some? Like Michael Saylor does, right? As soon as Michael Saylor finds $1, he buys a Satoshi. Like,
What? That I mean, it kind of sounds like. I mean, that could. I don't know if that'd be a, well. I mean, obviously, be a shift. Fed buys Bitcoin, banks buy gold.
yeah, banks are gonna be buying Bitcoin now. I mean, they've been given basically a blank check. They can accumulate.
Right.
They can actually, in the letter of the law, it said any financial instrument that is legal can be applied, which unfortunately for us includes fractional reserve banking.
Right.
So try not to let the bank hold your Bitcoin. I don't care when Bank of America calls you and says, "Hey, check this out. We got you." You know.
Yo, I don't know if you've heard about this. This is something that happened like where I grew up. My parents basically they live right beside a substation, like basically like an energy grid. And apparently within I don't really know what the radius is, but a pretty good radius. We're like one of 3 properties that are close enough to a substation to power these Bitcoin mining rigs. So we've had some people from China actually come to our house looking to put up these mining rigs on approximately about 2 acres. I mean,
Interesting. This is where?
okay, have
What
you heard
state?
Georgia?
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I mean, you know, when China pushed mining offshore, they didn't ban it, right? They just diversified location. And they're all still. I still consider all that hash rate Chinese hash rate. It's just not in mainland China. It's run by Chinese nationals.
So what's pretty interesting is that basically the me being familiar with the subject on a lot of different levels, not like expert, but just very familiar with all the various types of detail. I was we kind of drug the thing out, um, and then the other options kind of fell out of the market. And I'm trying to explain, you know, this is how much, this is the potential, this is this is that, and then I'm also in an industry that actually moves these things. So, well, I move well some of the things related to the mining aspect, um, like the lithium ion batteries. And I'm just trying to be like, hey, you know, this is actually like an actual hazmat concern. All these different types of things. There's noise, blah blah blah, and it's on a decent amount of land, so it wouldn't be like a huge deal. But I think they're not only trying to mine, but they're actually going to stack the mining rigs. They're going to stack like I could be wrong. Don't get me wrong. I believe though that that their plan is to stack like 2 containers on top of each other. The container on top is a mining rig. The container on bottom is lithium ion battery. Lithium ion battery stores the excess power, and the mining rig runs off any
Mm-hmm.
like outflow that isn't captured. It kind of like that the rig kind of captures that. And they're trying to play hardball, and I'm trying to explain to my family. I'm like, look, guys, like based off, I mean, they're trying to take up 2 acres worth.
Damn.
I told them, yeah, I told them they
Damn.
need to tell them to. I told them they should go and ask them for $30 million, and they can buy 2 acres.
I thought there was just gonna be a couple trailers stacked on top of each other somewhere in the corner.
Well, I've
That's
been
a
kind of
serious
agging this.
operation, bro.
Well, dog. Well, it kind of started small, and then as I kind of got into it, I kind of kept agging them on because I'm not really trying to get them on my land.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just trying to figure out what it is they're doing.
Yeah, yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah, that's actually been kind of fun. But it's a very, very, very unique situation. Where I don't know, maybe as it comes up, just kind of like keep that in the back of your mind
Yeah.
because and then, for example, Trump was talking about the mining. I could be wrong about this. Don't get me wrong. Maybe I dreamed it, but I believe he was talking about the mining operations and essentially in-housing the mining operations. And it was about that time I feel like I heard that was kind of like the um, conversations kind of came to a halt.
He was talking about making sure that mining companies had were basically tapped in directly to the power grid, and they were talking about making a lot of concessions for mining companies. This was early on though, like this was before they even had that little sit down symposium thing that they did when he
I
wheeled in
believe.
that World Cup trophy or whatever that stupid shit was.
Oh, that might have been. Yeah. Okay. Damn, dude.
It's been a
Good.
while.
Whoa. Well, that's good memory, bro. That's
Oh, it's
impressive, actually.
fried, bro. I mean, all this crypto, just a endless reservoir of useless crypto knowledge, bro.
Well, I was watching it too. I couldn't place it in my brain though. But I believe there was a specific point he actually mentioned about hooking up to these power stations or whatever, and it being only like US.
Smartest thing they could do is take that 30% energy runoff that they have every month and just put it into US run mining rigs and then take that Bitcoin and put it in the reserve. It's 30% energy that's
Right.
going off into the ether. Like it's literally doing nothing.
Right. That's that actually. So then now I'd like to get the stuff on the property just to kind of like take it from them, eminent domain or some type of something like
Yeah.
that. You know
Or
what I mean?
maybe benefit from some of the tax. You know, it is going to be on your land, so there might be some tax benefits there.
For sure. I will mention one other thing related to that because of the whole, I guess,
Oh,
like
by the way,
EMP.
part of that plan for me would be that they'd have to pay for all the energy coming onto the property, even mine. I'm not
Oh,
paying for energy if I've got a damn mining company on the back of my. They're paying for all my little electricity for the rest of my life as long as they're there.
oh, for sure, dude. For sure. My parents don't get that, but like, yeah, it ain't free. Um, one other thing, like I've heard a couple conversations, joking or not. I don't really, well, it's not, I don't really, I don't believe in coincidences. And it was right whenever y'all were actually kind of like talking about I don't think I heard EMP, for example, but just
Mm.
kind of like knocking out the electrical grid. It wasn't about a week before that. I mean, I've been basically on this place. I've been at this place for like, 30 plus years. Not every day of my life to watch what happens across the way, but the other night there were 4 times where the transformer basically short circuited. I can't remember what it's called. And this like gate like opens and closes like a circuit, like a light switch kind of thing. To anyway, all I'm saying is you can actually like look it up. There was a time in New York in like 2018 at um the the airport over there.
LaGuardia.
I think it was LaGuardia. Yeah, it had to have been. well, anyway, and you can actually see that. And I swear, I told everybody, I'm like, it literally looked like a UFO landed. And then I looked the story up just to see like what exactly happened. And it only happened like one time in New York, dude. It happened 4 times that night across from my house, dude, bro. Craziest thing. I mean, imagine like it was probably a 5-mile radius of just blue, and we're sitting 200 yards from it.
Damn.
Yeah, shit was crazy. Plus, I was in a long position, and the internet
EMP
went out.
would
I
have
was
knocked
like,
everything out, though. EMP would have just fried
no, for sure,
all
for sure.
electronics.
It's just the fact.
Spain recently just lost power too.
The only reason I really mention it is just because we've been here for over 30 years, and really even longer than that. First time we've ever seen it, and it happened 4 times in one night.
That sounds to me. I've seen something similar. And that it was during a hurricane, and it ended up being transformers blowing, or the substations.
Right.
Big, massive blue flash just basically turned the whole night to daytime for a second.
Bro,
It could be something like that.
Man, it was one of those things where it's like, okay, I guess if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, but I'm about to see something pretty cool, like standing by the window, not too close, but like seeing sparks come off the power lines and whatnot. Sorry, but anyway, crazy. Somehow the pattern on the 5-minute just like looks all too familiar over the past like 2 hours or so.
Hyper trying to get to the 20 cents.
Hey, Dbloc, the other day we were talking about price suppression. Do you think that, well, is this what we would expect to see?
Damn, does it feel like a weekend?
Yeah, the soul walls is what you'd expect to see, but on a bigger scale. I mean, this is just short term, in my opinion. Whales defending their liquidations. Or like I was
Totally.
saying in chat earlier, if I had 20 mil in liquidations and I could defend it with 5 million in Bitcoin, I would do that shit all day.
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking personally. Um, can you give me an example of what it would look like by chance? I mean, it doesn't have to be too in depth. I'm just wondering if how big the spread is in terms of the sell walls, in terms of price suppression, or the quantity um maybe is higher on a smaller spread. That's kind of my question, I guess.
I got you.
Nice.
Ethereum order book.
Yep, that's exactly where I'm going.
Oh man,
So this is
really?
Bitcoin
Yep.
on a larger time frame round. But right, pretty scattered. You'd imagine there'd be certain levels where price is trying to be kept down.
Mm, right.
Ethereum.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what it looks like. 10-4.
You see the you see
Yeah,
that
dude.
massive brick wall, 10,000, 15,000 Ethereum for sale.
Yeah, they don't want an Ethereum to go above 1800, man. It's been having a
And
hard time this
they
afternoon.
also don't want it to get too low to kill sentiment. Because people feel like
Wow.
Ethereum isn't dead, so they need that because they're going to need it to break out. But then look at the blocks they have underneath.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised to see that.
Yeah, they don't try to hide it. It's
Nah,
there for
dude.
people who are willing to look for it, but
Oh
people
yeah,
rather
dude.
say Ethereum is dead and just point at the chart and laugh. But
Bro, that's incredible. That's freaking insane.
yeah, it's stupid. And if you take out all the smaller, because these are the large ones
Right.
here. Once you filter out some of that, you won't see it. But even on Bitcoin, if you do that, you're not gonna, like
Right,
if you
right,
filter all
right,
the way out to here on Bitcoin, you're not gonna see anything.
right. I all these new concepts and thing. Well, it's not like it's new concepts. It's a way to actually analyze a concept that I previously somewhat understood, and
Yeah,
then now that all this stuff's coming to light, it's like, oh yeah, dummy, why don't you go and look at the chart?
just
That's how
filling
you
in the
answer the
blanks, bro.
question.
You don't know what you don't know. You know what I
No,
mean?
exactly, but it's like now whenever I have a question, I need to look at the chart. Um, it's just a good way. I'll always feel free to ask kind of thing, but
Nah,
at the
never
same time,
hesitate to ask.
for sure. I like where my brain's at in terms of okay, I need to try to answer these questions in my own head first because then I have something to gauge it off of. Like that was really interesting. That was like, hey, dummy, all you got to do is click Ethereum and
Yeah,
zoom
but
out.
there's not many. You had to know what chart to go to. You had to know what to look for. Like you can't just know these things, right?
No, I know,
There's
but
no like course that we take on the way in to make sure we know the basics of whatever.
that's true. That's true. It does feel good to figure it out on your own, though. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So with Ethereum's sell wall, like price suppression being the way it is, what generally speaking happens after that? I mean, I feel like it would have to go down.
You saw the ones underneath though.
I did.
Those weren't there when we were coming down towards 13, towards, there was no floor before. There was just a immovable object above us. So now it does seem as if, price manipulation isn't just dropping. Keeping price at a certain point so you can just load up without it going up, but without it going down enough to make other people sell, then,
Right.
you know what I mean? That's also manipulation.
Exactly. I like that whenever I see it. It gives me more opportunity, kind of thing.
Not only that, but somebody's obviously going through a lot of effort and spending a lot of freaking money,
right,
to load up.
Okay, so they're suppressing price to get price, even if it's somewhat fractional, at a lower price.
These institutions that are
Because
leading up, that are loading up for the ETH ETF, for the actual ETH ETF run that it hasn't had yet because it's been suppressed so long. It's not like super billionaires that have access to all the money in the world. They could buy whatever they want at one time, right? This money comes out of
For sure.
budgets, right? So sometimes it needs weeks, months, 6 months, a year to get the amount that they actually want because they don't, so that's where the suppression comes in, because they need to keep price at a point where
Right,
it
of
makes
course,
sense
of
for
course.
them until they're done filling up. And then when it's
It's
done,
just
what happens is like tug of war. When one side lets go of the rope, we're gonna get a snap up once all that suppression is gone.
yes, of course, of course. I've seen it so many times. Of course. I mean, this is just essentially ranging. How often do you see, say, a price suppression or a sell wall like that?
You see it when there's big events. Whenever somebody
Okay.
wants to load up on something, but I think the problem was, and it's not even a problem, it was good for us, but with the Bitcoin ETF, it came so out of the blue, that sort of BlackRock filing, that nothing could stop it. And unlike Ethereum, Bitcoin doesn't really it doesn't really need disposable income, right? People are willing to put investable income into Bitcoin. It's not like ETH and alts where like, if I have any extra money, maybe I'll go a little risky. So the problem was they couldn't afford to control the price.
Of course,
Right. The
dude.
ones that are controlling price now weren't even interested in Bitcoin. It wasn't until the success of the ETF that they're like, damn, we missed the boat. What's next?
Right.
And then they jump on ETH and they're like, okay, we'll make sure we're not going to miss the boat on this one. They were prepared for it, right? Where ETH was like Bitcoin was more organic, meaning supply and demand. People bought, price went up.
Wow. I mean, that should go in history books.
Although it'll be taught. It'll be
It has
taught
to
in
be,
some
dude.
trading
That's
course somewhere.
I mean, that's incredible. Wow. Thank you for going over that. I mean, just the I don't even know. I don't know if that's like something that is just understood or if it's not understood. I don't know who understands it.
I don't think
I
it's
mean, you do.
commonly understood. No, I don't think for the most part.
It's like it's so simple whenever it's explained.
Be real with
Dang
you,
it, my
most
head
people
is.
don't care, bro. Like,
That's true.
I'm just super nosy when it comes to shit. Like, I feel like if something happened and I can't wrap my head around what caused it to happen, then that's something that could happen again and cost me money. So it's like I need to handle
Exactly.
that quick, figure out exactly what went down here.
That's the game, right?
Yeah.
You know, that's the fun part, at least to me personally.
Yeah. Not a loss if it's a lesson.
Oh yeah, bro.
The ones I hate is when a trade goes wrong and I have no idea. I did everything right. I have no idea what the hell happened here. And the reason it frustrates me is like, if I haven't figured it out, that means I'm vulnerable to that same thing happen again.
How often do you feel like that happens to you?
Not that much anymore.
Yeah, I mean,
Not that much anymore.
I
It
hadn't
was
seen
it was when I was
it.
missing it was when I was missing keys. Like, you know, you're missing, you know, maybe you're just in the technicals and you're not paying attention to the fundamentals, or maybe you're in the fundamentals and you have no idea what's going on with the technicals, or you're not paying attention to sentiment, or your global your like global political view is off, your macroeconomic view is off, your monetary policy is off. There's something missing.
Yeah, dude. Man. It feels good to like hear all that and understand it. Honestly, it's like, okay, now I understand why people say that they don't understand what I'm talking about. Because
Yeah.
when you list it out like that, it's like, okay, that is a lot.
It's a lot, and that's just crypto. Forex is even worse. Forex, you have all of those same factors, and then you've got to
Oh
worry
man.
about weather patterns, global instability, internation shit, currency battles, trade wars, freaking the migration of Canadian geese over the wheat fields of. Yeah, it's horrible, bro. I hated. I mean, it
Bro.
was fun, but that shit
Yeah.
is it's exhausting.
When I see Forex, I'm like, those are the real heroes of crypto. Like it was kind of like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know a lot about it or even enough to speak on it, but whenever I see those Forex charts, and I remember looking at them way back in the day, like before I even knew about crypto, and I was just like, nah, dog, I'll never be able to do that.
But
But
Forex is just currencies and commodities for the most part,
yeah,
selling lots. But it's a different trading style for real. And there's just so much that goes into um price movement. There's just a lot
exactly,
more to
bro.
cover. You know, there's a lot more to cover.
It's like it's like more homework instead of, I feel like anyway, like more homework and figuring out the new things versus basically technical analysis.
A lot of fundamental shit. Like, I wasn't even playing about the Canadian geese thing. Like, there's literally uh you have to figure out if it's an El Nino or El Nino year, and something about in the El Nino year, the geese follow a different migratory path that leads them over one of the largest wheat fields that provides, you know, the most wheat for whatever. And something about them flying over it and shitting on this field increases the yields by like 15%.
Oh dang,
And
bro!
it's
I
like
think I
just shit
remember.
like that is like, bro, come on. That's why when you talk to people in Forex, you're like, what do you trade? They're like, I trade corn. Or I trade the yen. I trade the dollar yen. I trade, you know, it's like they only trade one
Okay,
specific thing because it takes so much.
dang, dude, crypto's gonna be that way. I mean, it
Eventually,
kind
it
of
could be.
is
Some people are
getting that
like that,
way.
bro. Some people are just XRP maxis or, you know, whatever, just one specific coin. And
I was there.
there's nothing wrong with having one main coin, because unless you're the type of person that can put tons of energy and tons of time into researching
Right.
everything, it's best to be like the master of one. You know what I mean?
I've come to learn it since being here. That's for sure.
Bitcoin's a good start too. I mean, if you're gonna master any of
Dang,
them, you
dude.
might as well.
Oh, it's like I think a lot of my struggle was the fact that all my years were no at no point did I focus on Bitcoin, because to me Bitcoin only had the value that somebody was willing to pay for it and no utility, and it kind of went against my whole premise, and
Like everything
it went,
else, you know.
yeah, yeah, bro. And then I came here and it's when you're like, I'm only trading Bitcoin, and then you explain dominance, and I'm like, duh. It's like, duh, bro. Why ain't you looking at the dominance chart, bro? You know this, bro.
Yeah,
Oh, dang it. You know,
it's funny.
how simple, you know? But I mean, hey, hard lesson learned. But I can tell you I won't be forgetting that anytime, ever. If I ever have dementia, I'm probably gonna be like, the grandkids come in or whatever. I'll be like, "Hey, what's Bitcoin dominance at?" You know what I mean?
Pattern's not even gonna let me draw it out before it plays out. Give me a second, bro. This pattern breaks out. We should invalidate that W. And this would take us back down to our psychological ranges. Bottom of our psychological range. Be right back.
Yo, D. Can I ask you something? Yo, D.
What's going on?
Yeah, on SUI, right? So like SUI kind of passed the 786 of its local trend. So I just want to see like what your idea is for a range for SUI if its bounce is right here where its trend started. Or am I missing something? I just want to like double check on how you're seeing it.
Mhm. This is local support, so this SR flip or the 1618 you really want to hold.
Yeah, that area, yeah.
Yeah. You start to lose support if you come down under 3-2, like a bullish invalidation. That would take us all the way back down here. I'm not positive we're doing that, but once you get down underneath, honestly, once you get down underneath the 1618, you really don't have a lot holding you up.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, it can hold, right? This major support here. Stay above that, we're good. I'm looking to put a little bit of profits back in, so that I took on target one. So I'm all right if they want to bring it all the way back down, as long as it holds.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at that also, like the 3.39, 3.395, or 3.4.
Yep.
Yeah, something like that. All right. Yeah, I'm just kind of waiting for everything to settle down.
Yeah, I'll look at it for you, Nitrous. Give me a second, because then I gotta go research. I keep missing that 12 o'clock shift. It's driving me crazy. Just gotta do so much backtracking to see yesterday's news once you pass 12. Damn. This thing fell off of its cliff, huh?
Yeah, that used to be a pretty cool layer one. It definitely lost its umph.
Decent support. I mean, no real bottoming formation to speak of. Had a decent stopping volume candle, but that got given back. And broke its uptrend, trying to get over its 50, but haven't really built any structure down here at all. If we can retrace and come back down to this SR flip, come back down to that resistance, then you'd be looking at something that you can work with. What I would like to see. Well, it's as close to finding the bottom as it has been in a while. You know what I mean? So, just like everything else, some of these things that haven't taken off yet, but they're putting in what looks like an attempt at a bottom, anyways. Not bad to swing at. You know where your take profit has to be, right? You don't want to be underneath. I mean, getting in here would be a little different, but if you were like catching this falling knife and it popped up, I mean, your stop loss could be so short right there that you wouldn't really be risking anything. I'm not current with what's going on with the project though, Nitrous, so I can't tell you if there's anything fundamental stopping this from happening. But I would say the 200 EMA would be the next target here. As the 200 comes down with time, it'll eventually come down low enough, right around the time when we get up there. All right, yeah. As long as you're buying, trying to accumulate for the long hold, then you know what the game is here, right? You just can't play around in these areas. You start getting down to those areas, or you start getting down to your entry, you just, start over. Take another swing at it when it makes a lower low. If it makes a lower low.
Hey Dbloc, what are your thoughts on that hack of the wallet for the 3,000 Bitcoin that got flipped to Monero or
A good
today?
time to do it, man. They hacked that shit at the highs. It was like a great take profit. They hacked that shit at the highs and send it into Monero so quick.
That's so funny.
Yeah, I was looking into that, and because Monero's blockchain also doesn't have the same as like Ethereum, where you can just go and see all the transactions,
No, of
right?
course not. It's security, yeah. It's the whole point of Monero. It was funny. Somebody
Yeah,
asked me earlier what I think about Monero, and I was like, they always have a use case as long as the cartel's in business. And they were like, well, actually, it just got hacked. It just hacked Bitcoin and sent it all to Monero. I was like, oh, there you go.
that's crazy.
Shocker, dude. Shocker.
All right, we're about to invalidate this W now. For the most part, we already see what time it is, but we have to wait for the technical invalidation. Yeah, bands, those sell walls were no joke. I don't know who these whales feeling like right now, but right back.
Eyes are kind of banned. Did it lick demand already or not yet? Did it lick that thick liquidity on demand, or we haven't touched it yet?
It looks like we barely tapped it. We're right above it right now. Well, oh no, yeah, we definitely came into it. The current wick, it looks like we're right above it. And we're in there. Oh, I love how the 800 shows up always.
There you go. That's a good lick right there. Yeah, get some more. Feed yourself.
All right. Time is it? 4:20 somewhere, right?
Hey yo, let's go.
Good morning, Sample. No, I mean, remember, guys, we got to come all the way back down to 92.6 to invalidate a false move. It's still Monday, you know? As far as I'm concerned, we already got our first day up.
Oh yeah, I love that, baby. Crypto never sleeps. I swear, just watching these wicks, like it makes life so exciting. It don't matter. It don't matter. It's so fun.
Yeah, just make sure it stays fun for you, bro. This is easy as long as it stays fun.
I hear you.
The hardest part for me was taking something that I love to do and making it a full-time job and keeping it without feeling like a job. You know what I mean?
I do. Been there for sure.
It's a great way to ruin something you love, to do it for a living, you know?
Yeah. I think one of the things that's kind of helped me in terms of crypto is that like I got away from ever having that, just F it feeling. Like whatever happens, happens.
Yeah,
Once I
yeah.
got away from that, that was when it was like, okay, I don't know, that to I hadn't experienced enough, I guess, life since then, but I think that was kind of a turning point, if that makes any sense.
I just never understood the all or nothing mentality when it comes to trading. Like, what do you mean all or nothing? No, how about all or most of your money back? That sounds
Yeah,
way better. That sounds way better than all or nothing.
I was never like that.
Like the round trip to entry, or my liquidation is
Oh,
my stop loss, like that type of shit. That shit drives me crazy.
oh yeah, no, dog. Hey, man. I mean that's why I got a big ball spot, you know.
I
Every
mean,
little
everybody
trip I
does
went
it, bro.
around.
Everybody does it. The reason that the true, honestly, the reason that it bothers me so much is because it was one of the things that killed me. So like
Oh
when
yeah,
you stop doing something and you see people around you doing the same thing, you're like, oh man, you just want to hold up a huge warning sign in front of them, like.
for sure. And like whenever I hear you talk about it, I'd like smile and I'm like, okay, people are hearing that thing I needed to hear. So it
Yeah.
like it's not as big of a deal to me because I'm hearing you say it. But yeah, no, now that you say it that way, it's like, oh wow, okay. Whenever it's a big deal, it's a big deal. It ain't no less of a deal.
You guys actively trading any alts right now, or everybody took profits off of today's pumps?
I'm still in hyper.
Okay, okay. You seen the rejection virtual got? It's so beautiful. Right off of that range we were talking about. Perfect TP.
Yeah, that was to the pixel almost. Hey,
Where is it? Yeah, pretty damn close. Vader say, okay. Yeah, looking
Oh,
for it.
we just
Right, hit the measured move that we were looking for last week. Beautiful move. Small W fractaled into a larger. Dug into this vector gap nicely. Let me shrink it. Looks like it's flagging out. Honestly, it might try to go get the rest of this vector. You're getting a lot of indecision here. Like you're about to break.
One, two. Big player, the big guys. For me to be able to call.
Gotta open mic.
we did just come below a little bit on the Bitcoin. Just FYI.
You don't want to lose this SR flip here on Brett, or you're probably gonna come back down. Could be underneath 50, or underneath 5, I should say. Sorry. This is a range here that you want to hold for the most part. And you don't want to dance underneath that, or you're gonna start to lose out some gains here. It doesn't look like a big drop either, but 20% to get back down to those ranges. More than likely, you'll get held up by the 200, right? This 200 has been clutch the entire ride up. Every time we come down to the 200, it's been a good buy. And so for me, that would be getting this break, but only coming down to the 200, which is possible. This symmetrical is ugly. I wouldn't put too much weight into that measured move. But the one that isn't ugly is right here. This is very clean. And this measured move takes you to that, takes you to the 200 we're talking about. Right? Perfect symmetrical, has 50-50 chance of breaking in either direction. But if it breaks down, if I'm not mistaken, it should take us to that 300. I mean to that 200, yeah. Depending on where it breaks. We'll leave it here until it breaks. Measured moves when it comes to symmetricals and wedges and bull flags, bear flags. Once you take that measured move, it's placed at the break of the pattern, right? Which makes a difference, because if this rolls out all the way to the end and then breaks, that measured move takes you to 552. But if it were to break now, right, that same measured move takes you 536 or 537, whatever. So that's important to do, because you'll screw yourself up. You'll have the right pattern, right measured move, and just placing the measured move in the wrong spot when you do your analysis will screw you up. Can't tell you the amount of people that I see do that. Looks good though. I mean, we'll put a red arrow here, right? Because this is the bearish. I do want to respect the fact that symmetricals are 50-50. So even though I do think it'll break down, let me give you the top measured move as well. And then our job is just to wait for confirmation. Your bullish measured move gives you a new high, takes you deeper into that vector. And so what we really want to do is wait for a break, but not only a break and a retest for confirmation, right, in either direction. Breaks, you get excited, retest, positions open. Not financial advice. Yeah, symmetricals are 50-50 patterns. Well, if they come off a very sharp uptrend, like if we had an uptrend right here and this thing turned into a symmetrical right off of this uptrend, it would have an upward bias. But when you've been ranging, and if we're on the hourly, we're looking at it, for the most part, we've been ranging. You can usually tell when you have a ranging symmetrical because it ends up looking like an arrow. Right? If you draw the range, the majority of the range that you've been in, shit literally looks like a sideways arrow.
That's a very cool chart.
Yeah, I wish I had something more exciting to tell you about, Brett, but you're like, hurry up and wait right now, basically. Right, you're just going to be staring at the chart for a while to see, A, if you get this break. 2, if you do get this break, does it break support? And then 3, does it hold? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, I am. Even though it's got 50-50 chance, we have tools that can shave some percentages off of that, right? That's when you use the rest of your tools and you figure out, okay, what's the real percentage here? Because 50-50 doesn't help anybody. That's how it's literally, you always have 50-50 chance. I don't know, bro. I just hope people are taking this shit serious, because I don't think a lot of people realize how much the cost of living is about to skyrocket. At least the life that people are used to living. Put it like that.
Does it happen only for US or for everybody else also? Because
I mean,
China.
I honestly, you know, if you live in other countries, you're used to the idea of tariffs already, right? And you probably live your life in a way where you probably consume more local stuff. You're not buying all exported or imported shit, you know, because of that fact. Like, you know how it is. You try to buy an American car, some of you paying. So now Americans are feeling that. Like my friend went to go buy Audi, and they told him, okay, well, you better buy it quick because in a month the post tariff cars arrive, and they're gonna be like 50K more, 30K, 40K more.
But you know, in India, because of the tariffs being so high on Harley Davidson or like bikes and cars and all, like
Yeah.
almost 150% and all, Harley had to shut shop over here.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of I mean, if the tariff is removed, which they are saying they are going to remove that now, I mean, it becomes so affordable to buy. I mean, anyways, it was like a divide. The rich people they all roam in Range Rovers and everything.
Exactly.
Now, I mean, the middle class and middle class is the backbone of India. So, I mean, a lot of people can afford all this, man. I mean, the same car that you guys drive around, we have to pay almost 200% extra on top. So that could be a good sign for, the US automobiles and everything.
Yeah, the problem is that even the cars made in the US are made for the most part with parts that are that come from other places. So even American cars are gonna feel a little bit of price increase. Yeah.
I mean, it's a vicious circle in a way. Did you read that? Trump's ratings are the lowest in the 100 days.
No, I didn't.
Here it is. Donald Trump's approval rating of 41% is the lowest of any newly elected president at 100 days in office, dating back at least to Dwight Eisenhower. Eisenhower was in 1953 to 61. This is gonna hurt his ego, man.
Yeah, it's not gonna be good. All right. Well, at least we did enough to invalidate. At least we did enough to invalidate that W. W's out of there.
Dbloc, you started like double decking the Zens yet? Putting six MGs up in that upper lip, you know what I mean?
Nah. We're not gonna let it get to that point.
Bro, I heard you mention that where you're like I respect it. Don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately for me, when first can I got, I'm like, I already know one ain't gonna be enough, dog. So I just started out with two. I went hard with it.
Nah, for me it's different. I mean, I was on like, I guess the vape was like 5 mil. To me, honestly, the Zen was stronger than the damn vape. Like sometimes in the beginning, I'd have to take them out because I'd get like lightheaded and shit.
Yeah, bro. That's how we live out here.
Nah, that's wild. I'm just trying to
Nah,
take the edge off so it doesn't make me want to go grab a vape.
bro. It's like I don't know. It's better than nicotine, I mean, but I'm kind of concerned about the withdrawal effects of it. I hadn't really like tried to not do it. I'm not looking forward to what that's gonna be like.
It'd be the same as stopping smoking or stopping vaping. You just
Yeah, dude. Withdrawals is you get fat. That's it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
depends on what you
I
replace it with.
moved
You
I
could
moved
replace it with
pouches
weed,
a couple
you
months
know.
ago. I don't. It changed the
Oh
game
yeah.
for me. Pouches is everything, man.
My sort of
Love
stack,
it.
what I'm doing or planning on doing is, and it's crazy because I started smoking a long time ago, bro. I just randomly picked up a vape a couple years ago and was like, hey, this tastes good. And my dumb ass got addicted to vapes after I was already off of cigarettes. But
Oh, bro.
I figure vapes and then maybe heavier on the bud, sprinkle in a couple blunts, couple times a week, then cut down on the blunts, then just papers, and then I should be good at that point. You know, like wean it off.
Yeah, bro. Like it even said like it says, nicotine's an addictive chemical or whatever, and not medical advice. But I mean nicotine's natural. Nicotine is like it's like marijuana, it's a natural grown it comes with nature. Um
There's nicotine receptors in your brain. Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
yeah,
But for me, it's not.
exactly.
It's the smoking that's the issue. It's for me, it was the lungs. Right, my lungs just felt heavy. I was getting winded. I started feeling that vape juice
Oh
gunk in
yeah.
your lungs. You're
I
coughing
could
and you
never
start to hear shit bubbling. You're like, bro, I sound like a bong. Like I sound like a bong right now.
Yeah, you're like, why is it whenever I run, I feel like my memory gives me a picture of that, like picture in second grade of the bad lungs from smoking my whole life. I could never do a vape. Like it hit me too hard. Like it was like I just couldn't do it without coughing. And bruh, I mean, I know what it's like to be able to like not cough, you know what I mean? And the vape, I couldn't even like do a jewel, like I couldn't do anything. It's weird.
But yeah, pouches are becoming popular here in Asia as well. I enjoy it. It's cheaper and the hit is way better because like nicotine is very like it's actually a proven fact that
It's a
nicotine
nootropic.
actually helps get in the flow, get in that zone.
Yeah,
That's why
it's a
scientists.
nootropic,
Yep.
especially when mixed with caffeine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bro.
It's perfect.
But I think the closer we can get down to just getting down to the pure molecule instead of just burning off derivatives that let off them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The better we are.
Golly.
Yeah, I thought the pouches wouldn't work for me until I tried it. I got lightheaded on the first few pouches, but after a while, it was like there were days that I would actually forget to pick up the vape, and I would just pouch it out when I'm working. I'm trading.
I went from doing big old horseshoe lips full of grizzly wintergreen.
That's funny because it struck me the other day that even the way the little tins are, it's just like chewing tobacco. It's like, you know what I mean? Like new age chewing tobacco. It's all inside the little pack now, and you don't have to, find
Yeah,
something to
and
spit in. I'll tell you,
it
the
probably
first time I was in Georgia during one summer, and one of my friends from Jersey, he had been living out there for a while, and they were all into that chewing tobacco. I was young as hell, and I'm trying to act cool, like, yeah, of course I've done it. I'm from New York City, bro. I've never seen chewing tobacco.
Oh.
Bro, that hit was so. I didn't expect it to be that quick. Like I almost fell out of the damn treehouse.
Bro, we all have our first time, bro. We all have our first time. I was trying to drive a 5-speed, dog. I told my cousin, I said, hey, man, you got to take the wheel. He said, I'm 13. I said, cuz, I'm about to puke. Oh, my God. It didn't take me but probably like a month of kind of doing the pouches and doing just straight wintergreen to it ain't been nothing but pouches since. Or like nicotine pouches.
I've been saving so much money on vapes, bro. I can't even.
Bruh. I can't even count how much money I spent on this crap. I thought the dip was bad. People be like, "Oh, you got to get some dip." I'm like, "It's not dip, it's nicotine." They're like, "What's the difference?" I'm like, tobacco. And anyway,
Bans, not financial advice. Connor with the 10 gifted memberships. W mod. Appreciate you, bro. What's good, Trav? Yo, don't look now, but we're looking at a breakout on likes. We got 112 likes. I mean, we got 112 viewers and 110 likes. We get to 112 likes, we'll be at a double top. We're at 111. We're about to test that resistance.
Yeah, 111 is me.
Oh, breakout
I'm a
candle.
FOMO in. I'm a FOMO in.
Rockets, rockets, rockets.
Big buys, big buys, big likes, big likes.
Appreciate y'all, man.
I'm about to have to turn my TV off and get on my computer. Hold on, then I'll be 112.
There we go. We're breaking out on likes now. That's what I like to see. That's a good ratio right there.
Oh. Let's go.
Oh yeah. Now we just gotta see. Right, so the retracement are the viewers going up without the likes going up. So the viewers go up to 127. That means price retrace back to the breakout. Why does my brain work like this?
Cause you a G, bro.
Yeah, man. Sometimes it comes to a point, a regular conversation is kind of hard for me. Small talk and stuff like that. Like, oh, doesn't work.
There's no need for it. There isn't, yo. When you're around people that you're cool with, sometimes you can be dumb quiet for a long time. Nobody has to say shit.
Yes, sir.
That's the way it's
Yes,
supposed
sir.
to be.
Yes, sir.
Too much small talk shows discomfort. Right? You're trying to like, or you're just bored. That's a thing too. I was the worst sample. I was the worst. Teachers used to always think I was cheating. I'd never be in class, and then I'd show up for the test and pass the test. They'd get all pissed. Yeah, I do that too. Now it's like, I don't get up and get off stream without saying something just in case somebody's in the chat and they just wanted to hear something I had to say, and I'm not gonna be here, they can go do something, and I have to just sit here waiting for me to come back or whatever. But normally, shit, like on the other channel, mid sentence sometimes I just put my headset and walk off. I don't do it on purpose either. The ADHD hits different in certain conversations.
Yep. I have a feeling Popcat's ready. On the 1 hour, it just bounced off the 200. And it's
With the
also the
old
top
kitty.
of the previous range. Yeah. It went back to the top of the previous range.
So
It's bouncing pretty well on the 200.
the TA that we had for Popcat last time, on the last episode of Popcat, we were looking at a bit of a crossroads, right? When it pop up, hold this range and pull off for the bullish. But if we lost this range, we were looking at retracement back down to support. Let me see if there's anything on the VPVR to catch us. See, this is the problem here. This gap
Which gap? Right.
on the VPVR right
Oh.
here, right? So there's no volume there, right? So it means if price can't hold on that last high volume node right there, then it's probably going to come back to the 200. But from here to here, you do have, this will be a fight. It loses the 200 though. I would have to assume it's going to come down a bit. Most of the time is left. 20 minutes left on this candle. I mean, it could be a stopping volume candle on the hourly. Probably have one already on the 15 now. 5 minute. See, those are the type of bottoms you don't like this. Came down to the bottom, right to the bottom. Nobody bought it up. Market maker had to bring it up.
Ooh. Not good, right?
Yeah,
That's a
I
that's a
mean,
huge gap.
you want to see a bigger reaction there. No, it should be 3 days up, Thomas. This would be our first day. So far, it's up. Any day that we spend above that low that we put in on Sunday is an up day. Watch, I'll come back to Bitcoin and show you what I mean. So we had our weekend trap, and then we freed our trap shorts, right? So false move down gives you a 3-day up move. This is the first day. Tomorrow we should, even if we go, let's say we were to get trapped in this god awful range right here and go sideways for 2 days, it would still be a 3-day up from the false move. I'm hoping it doesn't do that. I'm hoping that we can get over these sell walls and this doesn't trap us, and then we can get up into some of these liquidations and take some profits, right? But we'll see how it plays out. So far, our first attempt to get through those sell walls was a pretty big disaster.
I mean, we took a big chunk out of that
Yeah,
1,000 cell
we
wall
took
before
like
they added
we
the
took like
other one.
we took like 600, 600 to 700 out. I think they took it all the way down to 300 BTC was the lowest I saw it. But then it started filling back up.
Yeah, it filled up quite quick.
And then we have that tweezer top up here. It's like, oh. But the trend is your friend to the end. So if you look at our psychological range, right, our psychological high is up here, our psychological low is down here. And for the most part, we've just been trending between the highs and lows. So both our measured moves bring us real close to the psych low.
It feels weird having these last couple of days pump actually having some price movement, and now we just going sideways.
This is the dopamine drain, bro. Dopamine withdrawal.
Yeah, that's
Dopamine
very
and
true.
what's the other one? I always get the other one wrong. Not epinephrine. Whatever. But yeah, that buzz goes away, and then for the next couple days, it's a little harder for you to feel that buzz. And you're like, damn, I'm depressed. No, not serotonin. There's another one. I'm waiting for chat.
Endorphin?
I'm waiting for chat GPT. Somebody in chat will get it right.
I only go through withdrawals from 8 a.m. to about 5 p.m. Then I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Bob? I wish I was kidding.
I mean, it could be in that zone where Bitcoin goes up and some alts go up, then Bitcoin comes down and takes some other alts up, and it goes up again, like that range.
I'm sorry, what?
And Bitcoin often does that, right? When it runs like what it did last time, some alts ran up like crazy, right? Like all the AI agents. And then Bitcoin consolidates and then comes down, and then again it goes up, and some other alts go up.
Yeah, so that's the cycle that we were talking about. So the mini cycles within the cycle, which I like to call like the narrative cycles, right? Is you'll have Bitcoin starts to go up, and then whatever alt has the hot narrative will go up, right? So we had our AI agents, and we had most of the AI agents were the ones that really killed it. And then you had everything else start to go up, and then at the end of the mini cycle, you see memes go crazy. And what that shows is it's like a speculative cycle, right? It starts off low risk, and then it moves, higher and higher and higher until at the end they're in the highest risk possible, and then everything sort of takes a retracement, and then the money flows back into Bitcoin, and then you do you know what I mean?
Yeah, repeat.
narrative.
AI 16Z is about to break out. Check it out, D.
What coin was that?
AI 16Z. It just did a cup and handle and it's about to break out from its high.
Nice little bull flag breakout with a retest.
Yep.
Yeah, it's got some room to run.
It does.
My
Heart
AI
size with
16B's sister coin.
Yeah. Had to wait a couple of hours for it though. At least now it's kind of printing.
Yeah, rejected off that SR flip. Then broke it on the second attempt. Pretty decent. You know, it gives me an idea. We should look at, let's go back to my AI agent list and see what hasn't run yet. I think mostly everything is gone. AI 16Z was kind of the last one.
Yeah, Griffin's still going sideways. Arc. Arc producing a vector candle on this 15-minute candle right now.
Let's check the
Pointing
last
upward.
30 days. What's flat? Fraser hasn't moved. AI agents hasn't moved. Octavia AI hasn't moved. AI XBT is up 44% in the last 30 days.
Yeah. It's moving up again right now.
Zero, bro. Let me check out VIA. Octavia AI. Oh boy. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, AI XBT about to print.
Yeah, this thing got beat up really badly. Never good when you see like a vector range go up and then it eats the vector range and just keeps going. Like,
Check arc, griff, arc and griff.
so you were trading into this chart long, or if you were in a long in this chart, what are you thinking?
Wow.
Looks like the inverse of the last one.
It is.
Oh, snap. It sure is. Sorry. I just realized that. My bad.
I'd be getting pretty close to the time. We've already got our high. We got a lower high. I'd be looking for that 50 to fail. And then if anything, I'd be taking profit. And if I still felt like I was bullish, I'd be looking to come down at the very least to that downtrend, right? Which would be 47% drop. Definitely worth selling to get a 40% boost on your right? So that's how we feel. Right? If we look at this and we see this M pattern, right? If all of that looks bearish, very risky though. I need to spend some time and go see what's going on with this thing behind the curtains. But right now, if I was short here, I'd be waiting for price to come and test that break, right? We got the breakdown of the M. We haven't retested it yet. So we'd be looking for that Livermore pivot. And that would sort of tell us, right? Bearish rejection, breaks the lows. All right, this thing's probably going down. Or in our case, going up. right? Breaks back into that pattern, then we've got some riskiness, some risky business, and we'd have to pay attention to our uptrend here to make sure that this doesn't break. Let me take a second and go look at Octavia real quick. Taking blog. No, I want your white paper. That's static coming from. Hold on, give me a second. Yeah, I'm digging in right now, Ernest. When I first got into Octavia, it was during the first wave of AI where it didn't matter, right? As long as it was a full-fledged project, everything was going. So that's the stuff that was basically on this list. I know they have a launch pad. This is the launch pad they have. Probably can't be part of it if you're in America. Pretty sure they can. All right. That was just to make sure the website hasn't shut down. 78 mil total supply, 100 mil max supply. I mean, not circulating total. Self-reported is only 8 mil, so let's go look at some unlocks. All right, so by September, October, it'll be up to 2.6. This, by the way, is very, very degenerate. It might as well be a meme coin. I just want you guys to understand that we're looking at something with a $245,000 market cap. Right, so I'm trying to figure out why. I don't understand why it's saying it's 71% unlocked when that's not matching up. My bad for the hold on, flashbang. I got you guys. Hold up. I wanted to. Here we go. Token. They're running me around in circles. Hold on.
Do you have to buy this on like PancakeSwap? Is it only on BNB?
It is on. Yeah, I'm probably gonna use a DEX.
I'm a degenerate.
But you're just ready to hit the button, huh?
You know it. Do you think virtuals is gonna make it back up to its all-time high?
Yeah, I mean, if we have the run that I think we're gonna have with AI agents, I think it's gonna be difficult for it. Let me see. Come back and check you in a day or two.
Vader has been doing good.
Dbloc, you there?
Yeah, man.
You mind checking out this meme real quick for me? See what you think about it.
Yeah, give me a second. Let me. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think this get back to all time high. I thought for some reason it was up in the 15s. Yeah, we're like 3x from all time high. Give or take. What coin were you talking about?
It's called Baby Bonk on Dex Screener. It's like one full word, no space.
The one. 1,000 zeros 403.
No, not this. It's not on any exchange. It's on Dex Screener.
Oh, okay.
It just came out yesterday. I round trip my entire bag, and I'm pretty pissed.
Yo, you didn't take profit last night when we were trading?
No, I didn't, bro. I didn't. I messed up.
Remember I
Yeah,
told you there's a reason why I don't leave anything when it's a meme
I
coin.
know.
All right.
When I'm above.
This doesn't look like it's done a lot of retracing. Oh, you
No,
mean
no, that's not
earlier?
it. That's not it. Go. Wait, is
Yeah.
this the one?
Just the one baby bonk on Soul.
No, it's 1.3 million market cap.
1.3. No, gotcha.
It's the one with the it has the full boost right now. Yeah, oh, no.
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait. Yeah.
This
That's
one.
why like
No, that
when I trade meme
168.
coins, I always take my profit.
No, so just type in the full one word, not two
Oh,
words.
one word.
Baby
Gotcha.
bonk.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Bro, I was
I
telling you,
just don't know
bro.
if it's gonna get back up there.
Derivatives of like the main memes never
Yeah,
last,
this
bro.
one. I rode it up to the top, bro, and oh my god, I'm such an idiot.
Wait, you just weren't here?
Yeah, he had about 50 soul. He was up 50 plus soul.
I was up 55 soul, bro. I'm so dumb.
Gotta take. You didn't take your initial out either.
Nope, I'm an
Bro,
absolute
listen to me. Listen to
retard.
me. Listen. If you don't listen to anything else I say, listen to me right now. 50%.
I know.
Take
Yeah.
50% as soon as you 2x. Just take it. It 2x's again, take another 50%. If it's gonna 1000x the way you think it's going to, you're gonna have more than enough money. You gotta do it, bro. You gotta cut the degen. You can play with the
learned my lesson
degens,
now.
but you can't, you know what I mean? You can't adopt
Yeah.
their ways.
It's just I have a good entry. My entry was 400k.
Yeah, but that don't
I'm still
matter
up,
if it goes
but
to the entry doesn't mean
Yeah.
shit with these things. All that matters is how much money have you made, how long have you been in the trade, what's that per hour.
yeah. You think this could go back though to 4 mil?
It looks like it wants to. I mean, it could also just double top here. Like you said, the problem with let me see how many holders. I don't know, bro. This thing only has 6,000 holders.
Yeah, I just came out yesterday. 24 hours ago.
Yeah. You gotta. So the way that memes run for the most part is you'll get 3 waves if you're lucky. The second wave tells you whether or not the third wave is going to be super explosive or not. But basically, what it is, it's like you get your first wave, and then price comes down and goes flat. If your second wave is shorter than your first wave, chances are your third wave will too, and then it'll just eventually. If your second wave is bigger than your first wave, then your third wave is probably going to be explosive. So, I mean, you're at the end of your first wave, right? There's really no way to tell.
Yeah.
This guy's got 80. Oh, it's burned. Are we sure that it's burned? It says one wallet has 89% of the supply, but it's burned, which means this thing's
Yo,
only running on a 10% float.
yeah.
That's
It's at
interesting.
1.4 right now. That's a pretty good bounce. Just hold.
Yeah, I mean, that's a
Yeah,
pretty good,
I'm just
that's
gonna hold
pretty
on.
interesting thinking about that. There's only really 10% of this out. Let me see what the top holders look like. So there's
'Cause the Telegram is
138K in
popping off.
liquidity, unrealized. So I come here, I hit unrealized gains, and then I get bearish, right? I look and I say, okay, if the top 3 holders sell, if the top 3, if the top 4 holders sell, all the liquidity's gone,
Mm.
right? That's not a good bubble. Like, you know that you're in a good sort of space when the top 10 could all sell off their wallets and it's not going to drain all the liquidity. When you see that only 3 or 4 have to move for it to drain, then that gets a little scary. And we come and look at the bubble maps, we should see the burned wallet here somewhere. You? Oh, that's the number 2 wallet. All right, so in those 4 wallets, because there's clustered, there's about 16% of the supply. Horrible, I've seen worse. I just don't like the holders, bro. My advice would be, if you're gonna stay in this trade and hold it, stay on their Twitter. Go to their Twitter. This number is important. Write this number down. 1557. If you wake up in the morning tomorrow and that shit is not higher, that's not a good sign.
Yeah.
Right? You wanna
Their
wake up
Telegram is
you wanna
like
wake up in
booming.
the morning and see this shit at 2K, 2.5.
Mhm.
And then go into the very last post, not their pin post, but the very last post, and then come in here and just read. 10 mil income, 100 mil in a minute. Very good scam. Fuck the Bears. And you take a certain. There's not a lot of people in this group, so it's not gonna work as good. But you take like a temperature check, right? The day you come in here and those buyers haven't gone up, and you come in here and everybody is like, "This shit sucks. Screw the devs." Blah blah blah. Then you know you're double topping on sentiment. That's important when it comes to meme coins. Probably more important than the chart, to be completely honest with you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll hold it for tonight. See what happens in the morning.
Yeah, so this number here is important, 6,600. You want that number to go up, and you want their Twitter numbers to go up.
They did get blue check mark on Twitter, and then
You can buy a
said a
blue check
surprise is
mark
coming in the
on
morning.
Twitter, though.
Yeah, that's true. Hopefully it goes well. Thank you, though.
Yep, yep. Keep your head on a swivel.
Yeah. Yo, Ghost, you still there?
Yep. Still here.
Did you get out, or you're still in it?
No, I got out. I got out. I took profit. I rode it multiple times. There were kind of multiple waves on it, 786. But when it broke,
Okay.
when it broke its trend, I let it go. I started trading other. There were a lot of other coins that were going up. There was Genome. It did really well.
Mhm.
Yeah, I rode that from like 300K all the way to 2.5.
Yeah. You still think this
Yeah,
will
they're
bounce, though?
which one? Baby Bonk?
Yeah.
I hope so. I hope so. But I mean, seeing the bounce from what it's doing right now, the
Yeah.
trend that's going up, it's pretty strong. I mean,
Yeah, because
the
the
holder.
other one retraced too. Let's Bonk to retrace too a lot.
Oh, all meme coins will retrace 80 to 90%. It's a
Yeah.
given. Everybody takes profit, and especially the smart traders and memes, they never hold their bags. When they're gonna go to
Yeah.
bed, they take their profit. They'll join the chart again later on, because they know
Mhm.
for a fact that meme coins that are this low in market cap, they like what Dbloc said, it goes in waves, right? It's never like just up and up and up. It's just goes up, looks for a psychological high, takes 80% profit, goes sideways, goes up. But very
Mhm.
rare do coins go beyond 24 hours. Since this coin went beyond 24 hours, it makes um, it makes it a little more special.
Yeah. Like I'm still in profit now, but like I just round tripped a huge bag.
I can imagine. I can imagine. If you were
Yeah.
55 at 2.5, 2.6, yeah.
No, I was
What I
55
usually
around
do
like
when
4 mil.
yeah, usually when I find the high, the psychological high, I take everything
Mhm.
out and then I
Yeah,
start
makes sense.
scalping on the way down because I know for a fact that thing's gonna retrace. It's not just gonna keep going up.
Yeah, I'm sitting at 19
Obviously.
soul right now.
Yeah. Yeah, just hold on to it. Chill and just
Mhm.
like I mean, if the holder count's still at 6,000 and it's still maintaining 6,600, then it should be okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
The fact that it's
A
still
lot of new
alive after
people.
48 hours, that's a pretty good coin.
Mhm. A lot of people are joining Telegram too. 2,700
Yeah, can you
people.
check did the Telegram announce anything like are they listing on Mexi?
No listings, but they said just hold your stuff. A surprise is coming in the morning. I don't know what that means.
Okay. So I think that's it. Considering their market cap and their number of people in the community, I think they can start listing themselves.
Yeah, volume's increasing, and they just paid for a full DEX boost, so it's all golden.
Oh, okay. Then just hold. I mean, like, look at that chart. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I'll hold till the morning. We'll see what happens.
Yep.
Hopefully, it can get back to 2 mil, maybe.
Maybe
No,
sleep
that's
with the
good.
laptop close to the bed, you know what I mean, just in case.
Yeah, pretty much.
But next time, like when you hunt with me, like when you're up in
Yeah.
there and then you're up in profit, just take everything out
Mhm.
and
Yeah,
then
bro, I
join.
could have, man.
Then if you want to join the next wave, join the next wave.
I was up 11 grand. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, because remember, it will go down by 80%. It will. There's
Mhm.
no choice, especially if it's the first wave. The first wave is where all of the cheaters will leave because they don't care about that coin. They just want to get their profits, move to the next coin. So
Well, last
on the
hour it's up
second,
70%. So
yeah, on the
nice bounce.
on the second wave, that's when you're gonna find your holders.
Mhm.
So just ride this one out.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, thanks, guys.
All right.
Keith's catching some bids.
Man, Tao is such a beast. It's not even funny. Oh my god.
Yeah, dude. Well, it's one of the
What a
first.
monster.
Yeah, it's one of the first guys in the AI space, so it will always
This
like
thing's $1,000 easy.
yeah.
I need as much Tao as I can get.
Dbloc, are you tired?
Nah,
Or
I'm
are you
chilling.
up for
Just
one
doing a
more
couple
chart?
things.
Okay, ask later. I have an idea on when Toshi might go blast off again, but like I just want your say in it. Just want to hear what you got to say.
Yo, Toshi would need ETH to really like blast off, right? Since it's
Nah,
like it's an ETH, it's on base.
as long
Like,
as ETH maintains price, as long as ETH doesn't go on a downtrend or goes volatile, then Toshi will, like what it's doing right now, like it's doing a cup and handle, right? Like as long as ETH maintains its price or is in a good trend,
speaking of ETH, ETH is moving right now. ETH,
then
everything.
that's gonna push Toshi. That's why I wanted Dbloc to take a look at Toshi right now. Because on the 15, it just went over all of the MAs. So might be ready to do some fun stuff.
I like doing fun stuff. You know what I mean? I remember when I used to have. Never mind.
Used to what? Come on, Toshi. Print me some money. Give me a god candle right now.
Under some pretty heavy. Under some pretty heavy resistance. If it goes, it'll be nice because it's gonna take a big push to get through it. So there'll be a pop, but just trying to see if this SFP is giving us lower highs. So far, unfortunately, it has been. So we've got to break that structure.
Yeah, usually with Toshi, I just wait for all of the MAs. You know when the MAs kind of line up and get tight right next to each other. Yeah, here we go. Let's go.
As long as you break
when
those highs, you'll be fine.
Yeah. And when Toshi kind of like smashes through them, and then ETH is on just a stable trend. Yeah, as long as it's stable, then it'll send.
Choppy, choppy,
That
choppy.
the Bitcoin sell wall just moved. Now it just moved down to buys, if I'm not mistaken.
It moved where?
Yeah, that 952, they cleared it. They actually cleared two of them. Yep. Somebody changed the game plan. Alright, so the only one that's left is 954. Pay attention to that though. Because that means that 955, 953, 9536, 953, and 952 are all the same person. Yeah,
Exactly.
Even the amounts are similar.
It felt like
4
they
sell
that
orders moved, 4 buy orders put in underneath price. Remember how price suppression works, right? Like these guys are suppressing price so that they can buy coin, so that they can bring back up price, so that they can sell coin, so that they can, you know. So we'll pay attention to see if they actually pop them back up.
I think they just did. I think they, and I just refreshed it, and I think they just did.
You might be trying to spoof this. Tricky bastards, yep.
Yo, bro, I be watching it like a hawk these days, bro. I just be learning. That's all. Did they just move it again? Oh, this is insane. Sorry, but it is really kind of crazy. Okay, and now I think they just moved it back. Anyway, I'm gonna stop because that's what they're doing. But oh my gosh, this is crazy.
Yeah, ETH is breaking out. About to.
Hey,
If it goes
Dbloc,
past,
with that order book, does it change from like the 1 minute to like the 15 minute, or is it the same orders?
It depends. It's just they're aggregated, so the hot spots will be in different places depending on the time frame.
Got it.
Because
Thank
it
you.
takes a bigger, it takes a bigger range. If you want to, you just want to go down to the low time frame to see what's going on right in front of you.
Yeah, I usually just watch it on the time frame I'm trading on.
Yeah.
let's go ETH.
Dude, ETH can stay above 18 cent, bro. Finally get a little pop on ETH.
Yo, Ghost.
What up, homie?
Jakey just messaged in the Telegram saying he DCA'd 70 soul in on the dip right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Like seeing that move. Yeah,
Yeah, this
the
guy's like
whales are.
10 million incoming. Hopefully.
Do you know what that means?
What?
He's gonna rip that chart apart when he finds a high.
Yeah, probably.
He's gonna
After he
probably
shows
pick
it, yeah.
his bag out at 5. I know Jakey. Jakey's a great he's great at promoting stuff, but
Yeah.
these KOLs, they're there for the profit. Don't mistake it. They're not there for the community, man.
Mm-hmm.
So what you do
Bond
is
is
you
gonna
just
pump
copy.
it.
What you do is you copy him. You
Yeah,
copy
pretty
him.
much.
So basically, when he starts taking profit, you start taking profit.
Yeah.
So he's
Hopefully
probably
he
gonna
starts shilling it soon.
Yeah, because at like 1.4, if he came in at 1.4, 1 mil at about 70, and when he gets to 5, he'd have about 300 soul in that chart. I'm gonna be
Crazy.
chunky.
That's wild.
Oh, look at ETH. Let's go, Toshi. Give me a angry candle, Toshi. Come on.
Adnan, thanks for the sub, brother.
Don't give me a retraction. Come on. Push, 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 push.
That point that you made about the 95 4D block, that's definitely a point of interest for me at the moment. I'm glad you called that out. It's just something to look at and try to understand, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I swear every time I learn something new, I can't help but just like not look away from it.
All right, give me a minute. I gotta lock
Jake
into
just
this.
messaged. Yo, Jake just said, alright, I'm in, let's send it, Chads. 10 million loading, let's go. Dirty little rat.
Not just yet. I'll wait for it to come down to about. Let me see his move. I'll wait for it to come around 900, like 750 to 900 before I come back in again.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Toshi. One more candle. Yeah. Toshi trend continues. Wow, look at ETH, 1815. Let's go.
They can just hold above 1810, bro. It always comes below 1810.
Hey, whoever was talking about that AI 16Z, does it generally trade inverse to Bitcoin and or ETH? Just a question.
Yo, Ghost, you still there?
Yo, yeah, I'm here.
Jake just said he's gonna bull post on his X shortly. So look out for a tweet coming soon.
Yeah, he wants to rally the coin before U.S. opens. Okay, yeah, let him. It's good for you. Just don't forget. Yeah, so set your targets already. Like when you get to those targets, take your profits, man.
Yeah, for sure. This time I want to get out. You might want to get in though before he tweets. He has a pretty big following.
Yeah, I know. I actually follow his wallet.
And 200K followers.
1.2. Let's see if it pops. So it's on a wedge right now on the 1 minute.
Yeah, he said shortly, so I don't know how long that's gonna be from now.
Yeah, I'll wait for a breakout first. If it breaks out to the top side of this wedge,
yeah.
So you can see it's actually contracting. If it breaks to the top side, I'll come in. If it doesn't, I'll wait for a bottom.
Right.
What coin are you guys looking at?
Baby bonk, meme coin.
Did you say Solana?
It's on Solana, yeah. Baby
Oh.
bonk.
Oh, that's fun.
Should be at 1.15 mil. Golden ticker, golden Dex boost paid.
Yo, where what's your name again? Baby Bonk guy. What's his name here?
Baby bunk guy.
Yeah, who was trading Baby Bonk with me? A guy with 50 soul inside. I forgot his name.
The baby bunk guy. Yeah, he's AFK.
Oh,
Oh yeah, I'm the baby bunk guy.
That actually kind of sounded a little strange, to be honest with you.
That's what they call me anyway.